Selamat datang di Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Udayana, Bukit Jimbaran. Yuk kita lihat fasilitasnya. Pada bagian depan terdapat gedung dekanat yang dimana gedung ini merupakan kantornya dekan Fakultas Pertanian. Di tempat ini, kalian bisa menemukan bagian akademik, ruang tata usaha, sampai ruang dosen pembimbing akademik kalian. Biasanya, di gedung ini juga kalian sebagai mahasiswa akan mengurus hal yang berbau akademik, dari mulai minta tanda tangan, legalisir surat-surat, dan penyerahan berkas. Masuk ke bagian dalam, kalian bisa melihat ada 3 gedung. 2 diantaranya merupakan gedung ruang kuliah, program studi agribisnis, dan arsitektur lanskap. Kampus Fakultas Pertanian Bukit diperuntukkan untuk mahasiswa semester 1-4 dan di setiap ruang kelasnya berkapasitas 35-50 orang mahasiswa, dilengkapi dengan fasilitas belajar yang nyaman seperti AC, meja dan kursi, serta media pembelajaran di dalamnya. Kemudian, pada bagian selatan gedung ini merupakan gedung ruang kuliah program studi agroekoteknologi berlantai 3 dengan fasilitas yang nyaman dan menyenangkan sehingga mahasiswa bisa fokus menerima perkuliahan. Itulah seputar kampus FP Bukit. Kami tunggu kehadiran kalian di kampus coklat tercinta.
Kampus Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Udayana juga terletak di kampus Sudirman dan Pasar, yakni lebih tepatnya di Gedung Agro Komplek Lantai 2. Di gedung ini terdapat 3 sekretariat jurusan program studi yang terdapat di Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Udayana. Yang pertama adalah Sekretariat Jurusan Program Studi Agroekoteknologi, beserta dengan Sekretariat Himpunan Mahasiswa Agroekoteknologi. Yang kedua, Sekretariat Jurusan Program Studi Agribisnis, beserta dengan Sekretariat Himpunan Mahasiswa Agribisnis. Dan yang ketiga, terdapat Sekretariat Jurusan Program Studi Arsitektur Lanskap, beserta dengan Sekretariat Himpunan Mahasiswa Arsitektur Lanskap. Di timur gedung Agro Komplek terdapat Sekretariat Bersama Badan Eksekutif Mahasiswa Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Udayana dan Dewan Perwakilan Mahasiswa Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Udayana.
Selanjutnya, ada kebun percobaan Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Udayana yang terletak di Jalan Kilomulyo nomor 16X Denpasar yang diresmikan pada tanggal 21 September 2015 oleh Rektor Universitas Udayana dan Dekan Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Udayana. Kebun percobaan Fakultas Pertanian juga memiliki rumah kaca yang berfungsi sebagai tempat penelitian tertutup dan melindungi tanaman dari cuaca ekstrim. Kebun percobaan Fakultas Pertanian merupakan tempat untuk melakukan penelitian dan praktikum yang dilakukan baik oleh dosen maupun mahasiswa dan mahasiswi Fakultas Pertanian. Di kebun percobaan Fakultas Pertanian juga terdapat studio arsitektur masjid bagi mahasiswa dan mahasiswi arsitektur masjid. Itulah tadi penjelasan mengenai kampus Bukit Jimbaran, kampus Sudirman, dan kebun percobaan Fakultas Pertanian. Terima kasih.
Program of Study in Doctor of Veterinary Medicine under the Faculty of Veterinary Medicine, Udayana University, is located in Denpasar City, Bali, Indonesia. It is the only veterinary education program in Bali. It is also the oldest veterinary education within the region of Eastern Indonesia. Students who study in our Faculty of Veterinary Medicine.
Selamat datang di Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Udayana, Bukit Jimbaran. Yuk kita lihat fasilitasnya. Pada bagian depan terdapat gedung dekanat yang dimana gedung ini merupakan kantornya dekan Fakultas Pertanian. Di tempat ini, kalian bisa menemukan bagian akademik, ruang tata usaha, sampai ruang dosen pembimbing akademik kalian. Biasanya, di gedung ini juga kalian sebagai mahasiswa akan mengurus hal yang berbau akademik dari mulai minta tanda tangan, legalisir surat-surat, dan penyerahan berkas. Masuk ke bagian dalam, kalian bisa melihat ada 3 gedung. 2 diantaranya merupakan gedung ruang kuliah, program studi agribisnis, dan arsitektur lanskap. Kampus Fakultas Pertanian Bukit diperuntukkan untuk mahasiswa semester 1-4 dan di setiap ruang kelasnya berkapasitas 35-50 orang mahasiswa, dilengkapi dengan fasilitas belajar yang nyaman seperti AC, meja dan kursi, serta media pembelajaran di dalamnya. Kemudian, pada bagian selatan gedung ini merupakan gedung ruang kuliah program studi agroekoteknologi berlantai 3 dengan fasilitas yang nyaman dan menyenangkan sehingga mahasiswa bisa fokus menerima perkuliahan. Itulah seputar kampus FP Bukit. Kami tunggu kehadiran kalian di kampus coklat tercinta.
Kampus Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Udayana juga terletak di kampus Sudirman dan Pasar, yakni lebih tepatnya di Gedung Komplek Lantai 2. Di gedung ini terdapat 3 sekretariat jurusan program studi yang terdapat di Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Udayana. Yang pertama adalah Sekretariat Jurusan Program Studi Agroekoteknologi, beserta dengan Sekretariat Himpunan Mahasiswa Agroekoteknologi. Yang kedua, Sekretariat Jurusan Program Studi Agribisnis, beserta dengan Sekretariat Himpunan Mahasiswa Agribisnis. Dan yang ketiga, terdapat Sekretariat Jurusan Program Studi Arsitektur Lanskap, beserta dengan Sekretariat Himpunan Mahasiswa Arsitektur Lanskap. Di timur gedung Komplek terdapat Sekretariat Bersama Badan Eksekutif Mahasiswa Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Udayana dan Dewan Perwakilan Mahasiswa Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Udayana.
Selanjutnya, ada kebun percobaan Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Udayana yang terletak di Jalan Kilomulyo nomor 16X dan Pasar yang diresmikan pada tanggal 21 September 2015 oleh Rektor Universitas Udayana dan Dekan Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Udayana. Kebun percobaan Fakultas Pertanian juga memiliki rumah kaca yang berfungsi sebagai tempat penelitian tertutup dan melindungi tanaman dari cuaca ekstrim. Kebun percobaan Fakultas Pertanian merupakan tempat untuk melakukan penelitian dan praktikum yang dilakukan baik oleh dosen maupun mahasiswa dan mahasiswi Fakultas Pertanian. Di kebun percobaan Fakultas Pertanian juga terdapat studio arsitektur masjid bagi mahasiswa dan mahasiswi arsitektur masjid. Itulah tadi penjelasan mengenai kampus Bukit Jimbaran, kampus Sudirman, dan kebun percobaan Fakultas Pertanian. Terima kasih.
So, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and good morning, everybody. Good morning, distinguished guests, esteemed speaker, as well as dear all of the participants in this room. Actually, to start, before beginning this workshop, so I would like to introduce myself first. So my name is Putu Suandika. Will be your master of ceremony for today's event. And on behalf of the organizing committee, it is my great pleasure to welcome all of you to this exciting and thought-provoking international workshop on Balinese agriculture and resources governance. We are delighted to have experts, scholars, as well as practitioners from around the world gather here to discuss and share knowledge about important challenges and opportunities facing Bali's agricultural system and its natural resource management. Today promises to be an enriching and productive event as we explore the intricate relationship between agriculture, resources governance, and the environment. I believe that through collaborative dialogue and exchange the ideas, we will uncover valuable insights that will not only benefit Bali, but also inspire solutions applicable to global agricultural challenges. Alright, to begin, we will hear from several distinguished leaders who have played an essential role in making this workshop possible. So first of all, I would like to invite, and also it is my honor to invite, the Dean of the Faculty of Veterinary Medicine, Bapak Profesor Suwarte, to deliver the welcome speech. And please join me in welcoming Professor Suwarte with a round of applause.
Thank you for your Om Swastiastu. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Nama budaya, salam sejahtera buat kita semua. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Dear all of our colleagues, distinguished guests, as a representative from Untuk University, and Dr. Animes Gray. Honorable Dean of Faculty Agriculture, Udayana University, Dr. Untuk, PhD. Honorable workshop speaker, also a local community member of this workshop from Faculty of Veterinary Medicine and Faculty of Agriculture, Udayana University. Dear participants, especially for the student of Veterinary Medicine, Animal Science, and Environmental Science of Gedung University, Australia, welcome to Bali. Good morning and welcome to Bali, especially to Udayana University. It is a great pleasure and honor for us to host all of you on this international workshop on Balinese culture, agriculture, and resource governance, held under the framework of the new mobility program in collaboration with Gedung University and Udayana University. We extend our welcome to our esteemed guests and participation who have traveled here to share knowledge and experience. We are truly delighted to have you with us, and we appreciate the opportunity to achieve and meaningful discussion on such important topic. This workshop is placement of the academic and research collaboration between Udayana and Gedung University. Although we already have an MOU between our institution, we hope that this event will lead to more specific memorandum of agreement with vision strong partnership between
It's very unique you will be study here because we have the combine between the culture and agriculture. In my expert or in my faculty, we have a special system for the watering system. We call subak. Maybe the speaker will be talking more about the subak detail. So subak is some unique irrigation system based on the culture combined with the technology might be now, but we have the problem now because how to keep subak can sustainable until next generation, because now we maybe we know Bali is as a very common for the tourism. This the impact maybe have the positive impact, also negative impact. Some of negative impact is the migration of the many people from the outside of Bali, make the land user for the reduce the agricultural field, and this means the subak also for the agriculture will be reduced. Okay, so this might be topic, one topic to be interesting to discuss for this workshop, how to solve this problem, something like that. This is a good issue. Okay, so finally, so I hope this workshop can be a good chance for us to make the collaboration, not just for the student from the Udayana University, but also especially for student, because we have maybe new experience or something topic interesting to do, not just for this workshop. Maybe next we will be have the collaboration, for example, for research, jointly or something like that. This is a very important thing. I hope for this workshop you can study more and not just come to this, but next will come again with the big collaboration and future and make the good solution for the agriculture. I think this is all my presentation or my welcome speech. Thank you very much once again for all participants, especially for all organizing committee make it possible for this workshop today. Okay, thank you very much. So Om Shanti Shanti Shanti.
Om Shanti 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 Om. Thank you so much for everything that you have for those insightful and inspiring remarks. And I believe that the future of Bali's agriculture is certainly in a good hands with leadership like yours. Okay. For the next, let me allow to invite Dr. Udayana from University for his welcoming remarks. Yeah, please welcome Dr. Udayana.
Hello everyone, good morning. First of all, I would like to thank Honorable Dean, Veterinary Medicine, Honorable Dean, Agricultural School for welcoming us. I want to thank the organizing committee, especially Dr. Carolina, Dr. Kesh, Kishori, and all the valuable speakers here today to talk about their areas, and we are here to learn from them. I want to thank my university, Untuk University, for supporting us and facilitating for this program. I want to thank Australian government, because this program is called NCP, or New Colonial Mobility Program. It's actually funded by Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade. So, by the way, this is public funded program, and we are happy to be here. I just want to tell one sentence that why we have selected Bali and Udayana University. Indonesia is our neighbor's country, in our neighbor, and our closest ally. You know, like what happened in Indonesia, that matters to us. That's why we are here. We want to learn the problems here, the unique problem you have. We might not have, we have also a lot of problems, that's our type of problem. But we want to know your problem. That's how we can educate ourselves. If you know the problem facing your neighbor, you can expect that problem one day could be your problem.
So it's better to learn in advance and get prepared. That's why we are here. So again, as my students will be like from both earth science, animal science, agriculture, environmental science, and conservation. It's a mixed cohort of students. You guys will learn about SUBAC and other problems. We'll also see that there is some unique disease of animals are happening here or within us. Like this morning, there was talking with a biologist here that they have a particular outbreak now. Is being investigated. So this is the things we want to know. We want to educate ourselves. You know, that's why like we are funded by government, public money to come here to learn. And my colleague Dr. Animation have selected Udayana University because hundreds and millions of Australians every year visited Bali. You guys know. Yes. Many of you have already visited Bali before. So we want to know the problem here, and we want to share our knowledge. We want to learn from it. So but if I select one university outside Australia to visit, I think that would be better. Besides this student learning and exchanging, we have actually a bigger vision. We want to work together as academic level and university level. Udayana University and Nordic University has a MOU. We will extend it when it will be expired, definitely. There are a lot of Nordic alumni here. So you will see in a couple of days that I have.
Thank you so much, Dr. Udi, for your valuable contribution to today's opening and to give the brief introduction and also information about Australia and also Bali and agriculture and all the things. Okay, now to officially open this workshop, I'd like to invite one more, Dr. Animes to deliver the opening speech and will be officially inaugurate our event. And please join me in welcoming Dr. Animes.
Thank you. Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank New Colombo Plan of Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade of Australian government for supporting and for giving us the opportunity to visit this 2 weeks program. And thanks to Udayana University for hosting us. Thank you so much. So, in this program, we already had like 1 week in Bogor, IPB University, and we learned something about resource governance, agricultural stuff, and veterinary, medicine stuff. And now we would like to learn agriculture from Bali. Why Bali? Because I know in the world there are very few ancient irrigation practices. For example, Qanat water management system in Iran, Aflas in Oman. These are very ancient water management practices, and one of them is SUBAC irrigation system. So through this SUBAC water management system, we would like to learn how customary rules play an important role for managing water resources. So I know that you do have like three-hectare philosophy. So like harmony with God, which is the spiritual things, but also harmony with people, local people, and harmony with nature. So how these three aspects integrate and how you manage the resources. So we would really like to learn this aspect. Specifically how different trades, for example, you mentioned tourism and development activities like, just some 15 years ago, how agricultural development also affects this Subak system and how you survive that. So we'd really like to learn these aspects through the experts' presentation. So we do have prominent speakers who are experts in this field. For example, Professor Steve Lansing, who is from United States, but he's one of the anthropologists who is working since a long time on Subak irrigation system, and he's the one who introduced like complexity philosophy, like self-organizing behavior of resource management. So like how the flocking bird create a pattern without developing, consciously developing their own rules, but still they develop a pattern. So similar to the flocking bird, how local people can organize themselves and self-organize and develop these self-organizing properties is interesting to know. So we would have prominent speakers. So we would really like to learn these aspects from the speakers. So here we just come to learn from you, from cultural aspects, but also from the resource governance perspectives. And again, thanks to the university for hosting us. And we do have strong collaboration with Maro. And even before coming here, I already submitted 3 research proposals collaborating with Udayana. So, we already started strong collaboration. So, and one of my aim is to, collaborate for a long time for establishing long collaboration. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Dr. Animes Gain, for your inspiring words and for officially opening this important workshop. Honorable Bapak or Mr. Dean, as well as esteemed speakers, would you mind to remain on the stage? Because we will continue the event by presenting the souvenir from Udayana University to Murdoch University. So we will invite Bapak Dr. Cardena for giving the souvenir. We will be starting giving the souvenir from the Bapak Professor Suarta, the Dean of Faculty of Veterinary Medicine, will be giving the souvenir to Dr. Udin. And photographer, you may take a picture. Count 1, 2, 3, taking picture. Once again, on my lead, 1, 2, 3. All good for the pictures? Okay. Now for the next souvenir, we will be having a souvenir from the Faculty of Agriculture to Dr. Animes Gain. Okay, taking picture in my lead. 1, 2, 3. Once again, taking pictures on my lead. 1, 2, 3. The photos all good? Okay. Now we will be having a group photo session. Oh, sorry, my bad. Yeah, okay, one more, sorry. Oh yeah, from Murdoch to Udayana. Okay, yeah. Okay, we will be starting giving the souvenir from Dr. Animes Game to Professor Sudiarta from Agriculture Faculty. Okay, for taking a picture, maybe facing to the camera. Bapak, 1, 2, and 3. Okay, once again, for taking picture on my lead, 1, 2, and 3. Okay, thank you, Dr. Agnes Gain. And now we will be having a souvenir presentation from Murdoch University, from the Vet Med faculty to Vet Med Udayana. Yeah. Okay, for the photo, 1, 2, 3. Once again, for the photo, 1, 2, and 3. Okay. Yeah, now we will be having a group photo session. So maybe start from here, maybe start from the on the stage. So four of Bapak Din as well as the guest. Yeah, also invited. Yeah, Bapak Profesor Mahardika. Okay. Bapak Mandana. Yeah, okay. Okay, so the photo will be on my lead. 1, 2, and 3. Yeah, once again. 1, 2, and 3. Have you guys, the photographer, have the photo already? Okay, now for the next photo session, maybe let me invite Bapak to come here and facing on the front, and we will be having together with the participants. Yeah, so for the audience, could you please stand up? Yeah. Camera, maybe from the stage, yeah? Okay. The camera, the photographer, are you ready? Okay. Okay, so the photo will be on my lead. 1, 2, and 3. Check right. Cheese. Once more. 1, 2, and 3. Cheese. Say Bali all together. Bali. Okay. Yeah. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
So I think we now can open the workshop.
We will see again. So,
Thank you so much. Dear attendees that we are really proud of, to begin our first session, now we will be having the first session consisting of the presentation from Professor Mahardika, altogether with the Professor Stephen Lansing, and will be moderated by Niwayan Febriana Utami, or usually called Dr. Aan. And I would like to introduce our moderator for the first session, for the session 1, Niwayan Febriani Utami, PhD. So please welcome, Ibu. And she will guide us through the exciting presentations ahead. But before we start the session, so I would like to introduce you, or a short introduction from her. Niwayan Febriana Utami, or usually called as Dr. Aan, or Niwayan Febriana Utami, PhD, was born in Negara, so the western part of Bali, in 1982. Okay. Yeah. And she's the lecturer in Landscape Agriculture Study Program, Faculty of Agriculture in Udayana University since 2006. And she also got a PhD from the Queensland. She got a PhD from the Queensland University of Technology. And one of the most outstanding awards that she awarded is the Outstanding Lecturer of the Landscape Agriculture Program, Faculty of Agriculture in 2019. And also she's doing research. She has done the research in October until November 2017 as a visiting research scientist in CSIRO Australia for collaborative work on prioritizing trade management. And also she has many publications, and one of the most recent publication in 2020 entitled Prioritizing Management Strategies to Achieve Multiple Outcomes in a Globally Significant International Product Territoria. Okay, to make it short, please welcome Dr. Aan as our moderator for the first session. And I will be giving the time to lead the session. Silahkan.
Jadi duanya 120 sampai jam 12.
Thank you for introducing me. So shortly we will have two sessions today, morning and afternoon session. For the morning session, we have two speakers here. The first one is Professor Mahardika. He's now at the back, and I would like to invite him to come to the front, and he will give us. He's an expert in virology. He's also working as a lecturer in Faculty of Veterinary Medicine, and today he will give us a presentation about his talk. So, Professor Mahardika, you have 60 minutes for all the session, including the question and answer. And this.
Terima kasih Mbak. Om Swastiastu. Good morning everyone. Let's come now to important ones. The workshop. We work, you shop. Or we shop, you work. So, can you have my presentation, please? This is not workshop actually, it's just a talking, or a class, traditional class actually. Workshop means you have to produce something. You have to work to produce something. But now we just produce your knowledge, Let me introduce you first. I'm Mahardika. Gusti Murah Mahardika, you might call me Murah, but not Murah, because I'm not cheap. I am a virologist and molecular biologist trained in Germany in 1990 to 1995. I did my PhD there, and I've been in Udayana University in 1997 for 3 months. During that time, you were not born, most of you not born yet, I guess. So that means how old I am. I am old. But during that time, in 1997, I was 34. And now is 2025. So again, it tells you how old I am. Anyway, leave myself, I prepare myself to discuss with you what is the virus problem or disease problem in Indonesia, especially in Bali. That's our right of, yeah. Let me sit. Yeah. And first of things, the most important things in the seminar is the selfie. So please say cheers behind me. Okay, wait. Okay. Say cheers, everyone. Cheers. Okay, thank you. Let me have. I have my slide, please. No action talk only mostly. So go to Facebook to go to mediations. Yeah, so you can find me in the YouTube, for example. We call it Virus Bal. That's okay. Next slide, please. So the key messages I would like to share with you is Bali is small islands. So having small islands, what happened in one part of Bali will affect the other part of Bali. It's not big island. It's not like Australia. Yeah. Small islands with high people, domestic, pet and wild animal densities. And even the wild animals are very well-known tourist objects. The interaction between tourism, travelers, animals, local people is very close to each other in this kind of. I will show you that. Those animals contribute in economy, in culture. So we still use. We have to have walk. We have to have cycling pigs in ceremony. Without that, there's no ceremony. So in the tourism and ecosystem, some part like Bed Cave or Gua in Gelungung is very well-known temples, one of the part of the main temples in Bali. So there is interaction between the pet, the local community, the prayer, and the tourism. Preference. So anything can happen there. So the other things I would like to share later is animal production sectors are mostly with no or less biosecurity protocols. Animals free roaming in the area, and people can enter anytime without any disinfection or whatever. No strict regulation. And banyak banget, I will say. Studies, the other is, I would like to share is studies of animal health issues in Bali is limited. Compared to you, compared to Australia, we still in the Stone Age, in the Flintstone area. We still thinking about how to make a tire. We're already talking about DeepSeek or ChatGPT or AI, right? So, data on animal population might not vary. I would like to say this disclaimer. There is a data, but again, it might not vary. You know, we let's later on discuss on this issue. First is the impact that might be used as a possible laboratory, living laboratory, to do the impact of animal, tourism, people, and culture at the same time in one area. Next part. So human population density in Bali, we have more than 4 million people, and every year there are more than 4 million people or tourism comes to Bali, arrive in Bali. Can you imagine if people urinate at the same time, at the same maybe Bali sick, because so many people, so many tourists. Yeah, sorry to say that. So again, land area is only 5,000 square kilometers. Population density is more than 700 people per square kilometers. Compared to in Denpasar is much higher density. And the drivers is tourism, millions of tourists visit annually, increasing population pressure, and urbanization, migration from rural area to the cities for job seeking and education, and movement from the other province for job seeking. So again, Bali is high density area, small islands, but attract like sugars attracts ants, can come to Bali and finding life. Next, please. So are you sleeping, sir? Next. Animal population density in Bali. So then we have dogs, more than 600,000 dogs, and mostly is free roaming. It's not wild dog. They have owner. People own it, but they live it free. And you understand that animal meeting is either because of food and sex. So they meet every night in the village. They meet to socialize with it and to have maybe dominance and also food and maybe sex. Yeah. Cats is also 200,000 widely distributed, and poultry, cattle, high density. Pigs also it was more than 1 million. And pigs per year, but now after African swine fever, even we have almost 300. So a really decrease of population of this kind of fish. I will tell you later about. Monkeys, about 10,000, high density in the area like Ubud Monkey Forest. You will visit tomorrow. I see this your schedule tomorrow. Stray animals, overpopulation of dogs and cats in urban and tourist areas. You might feel it already. Close to your hotel, close to the beach, go to the Futa beach and doing surfing there. You will see free roaming dogs around. It's not unowned, they have owners, but they leave it free roaming. That's a big problem in rabies control in Bali. Next, please. So impact of high population density and management efforts, even like human-animal conflicts. Monkeys and stray dogs often clash with humans, especially in tourist areas. I will show you an example on this clashing issue, especially in monkey forest. We have a good data on it. Disease spread, high density, increase risk of zoonotic disease like rabies and avian flu. Animal and people movement leaking quarantine. The quarantine system, people hate me. In 2018, I said it to the press. I have big mouth, and people hearing me, especially the journalists. I said we don't have the quarantine system as good as Australia, and the people hate you. In the case of African swine fever, I said in a matter of days, ISF will arrive in Indonesia, will arrive in Bali. They hate me, but it happens like we don't have this quarantine system like as good as Australia. You get it. We learn a lot how to control the animal disease from our Australian system. If Australian governments say stand still order, like the case of FMD or equine flu during that time, and the animals stay in the stock. But now you're not. The president said after I provoked them, advocate the minister of in Indonesia, please stand still order. What they said, okay, they can stay in the islands, but not out of the island. You cannot control a disease like that. Yeah. And then overpopulation and natural resources like water and land, we don't have this big problem yet, but I think it can be a big problem in the future. So management efforts, we have a problem in vaccination, we did sterilization or spraying out neutrals for cat, monkeys and dog, but again, the rabies virus is still around. Public awareness is not easy. Again, because of no enforcement. We have the regulation. We have all the rules, but no enforcement. No one enforce it, and people just mostly don't care. And animal quarantine system is we have a big problem here. Next, please. So, major animal health issues of Australian interest. So there are many problems. Rabies, of course, we'll talk later. Back part. Okay. Yeah. Sorry. So I can drive it here from here. Okay. Avian influenza, we have H5N1 and H9N2. This H5N1 is a high pathogenic avian influenza, and we have H9N2 is low pathogenic, but mostly it doesn't kill, the virus doesn't kill the people, but it kills, quote unquote, the farmers, because loss of economic loss of egg production of H9N2. And we have food-and-food disease virus. I will talk in one slide on it. And with Australian government support Indonesia in providing vaccine, but the vaccine is from South America. How could this American, Australian professor support like this kind of policy? I will tell you. Yeah? But we have African swine fever, Gibraltar virus, we have it. But say that I would like to say thank you to Udayana University. It was discovered. The case cancer agent is bovine lung viruses in Udayana University in 1990. Professor Graham Wilcox. I just remember one place, Kardinja, where I stayed there. Kardinja, you know the place. You're close to Udayana University. We have Streptococcus suis. We do a good research on it in people and animal. I will show later. In parasitic infection, so again, it's possible human-wildlife conflicts and overpopulation stay animal. What I call Australian interest is like it could be theoretically introduced to Australia. So like Darwin, we can swim it maybe 3 days. cross to Darwin is in the, let's say, traveling distance. And like the bird fly away, I don't know if there is some bird fly away that's arrived in Australia. It's mostly from China. Then the world biggest problem arose or arrived from China. I put one sentence in my paper with a Chinese scientist say that the China is epicenter of the generation of new pandemic agent. They said, please take it out. We don't agree with that. I just because they spotted, we take it out. Actually, I didn't make the sentence. The people, old scientists wrote about that. I just quote it. But like Webster, they keep saying the southern China is epicenter of generation of any pandemic virus. It's true in COVID. It's true in bird flu. But again, overpopulation of stray animals, you will see later on what's the impact of this overpopulation of stray animals. Next part. Yeah. This is our research because of the backyard systems of animal housing in Bali. We discovered virus and antibodies and virus of H5N1 in various animals, not only just ducks on the fowls, but village chickens and also in pigs, cat and dogs. Again, and now the impact of as we then doing but mostly in Bali, in Indonesia, I think the role of transportation of animals, live animals. Next part. So again, this is the rabies virus, rabies dispersal in humans and animal in Bali and Indonesia. So formerly always thought that Bali's rabies is come from Flores or East Java, West Java, but with a good phylogeography and published in 2018 and 2015, we then understand the virus from Indonesia is basically come from China and then here evolved in West Java, and from West Java go to Kalimantan, and from Kalimantan go to everywhere including Flores, Sulawesi and Bali, and then from Kalimantan and going to Sumatra. This is very clear. Although factually, in fact, that the people from Java bringing their dogs for hunting, wild pig hunting in Sumatra, people thinking that the virus is basically come from West Java to Sumatra, but with this analysis, we understand that the virus is come from Kalimantan. The movement of the virus, from Kalimantan. It's a song from Bob Marley. The movement of the people. Exodus. The movement of the people. This is the movement of the people with dogs, with animals, bring problem. That's the main, the key problem. Again, with the quarantine system in Australia, you have very strict, very good, well-informed quarantine system with strict regulation. You can, the movement of people might not have an effect of you or Australia, but it can be in the future. Next, please. There's the sequence data of FMDV in Indonesia 2020, and against people keep saying the virus is they call it SEA END 2003 strain like that, but it is actually serotype O1. I don't know why people in the world is not saying the serotype and subtype of the FMD. Might be just political way of thinking. Against what happened in the world is money matters. Money talks. Money talks, yeah. So the virus is basically is O1. Then in the analysis, I include the possible the virus from Laos, yeah, from Laos here, but not in the government document at all. They don't include this data, but the virus is actually from Cambodia, actually, yeah, Cambodia, I think. Because I think there's possible ancestors of FMDP in Indonesia. Next, please. I analyzed the data then with the vaccine strain. This is the old FMD from Indonesia, and then this is the Campos strain from South America, and this is another strain from France, that MIA vaccine from Hong Kong, that Vanessa 01 vaccine, and Indonesian virus. So again, this 01 Vanessa, the only one vaccine available in the market, is the best fits to Indonesian virus. But since the scarcity, when the availability of the vaccine is very low, so they import the vaccine from South America, funded by most likely the Australian government, SAPAS. This vaccine will not affect we cannot control the FMD using this vaccine. I'm now working with the Indonesian vaccine with using DNA approach. Next part. Yeah. African swine fever virus is against is by student data just published recently that the virus is genotype 2 and serotype A. The impact is high mortality, especially 2009 and 2020. So the population before the time is around 1 million in these islands only, but now almost 300 or 400,000. High mortality, farmers understand good things, is lesson learned is with education conducted by people including me, using Facebook and social media. The farmers understand the impact of strict biosecurity. Now they use they say that I go to my farms, my pig housing, it's the same as I go to the temples. Pig bath, new clothes, and use bathroom. If you go to the temple, you use bathroom, but if you go to the farm, you use disinfectants. That's the way they do right now. And now we understand that the pig farmers in Bali divided into 3 kinds of pig farmers now. Never infected. So I have to find funding. Why this farmers is never infected, intermittently infected and free infected, and then always infected. Some farms every the time they try to introduce some animals and get infected. This must be what caused this factory. Next, please. So the tale of the Balinese viruses is a very severe disease. Emergence in Jemberana, where I was born. I didn't bring this virus actually. So they call it renal pest-like disease with bloody swelling, enlargement of lymph node, and in 1993 they call it rickettsia-like viruses. But in 1990s, we confirmed that discovered by Australian and Indonesian scientists is bovine virus. Yeah. Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, okay. So I'm always enthusiastic in front of my students because I see young guys, young girls, young women, young women will be the future leaders. Not, I'm old enough. I'm old. So, prominent old signs of immune system depletion. Yeah, I know. The virus is still existing in Bali, throughout Indonesia. If you would like to study more on it, then maybe a good chance to do. Next, please. So, this is the sign of Streptococcus suis in Bali. This bacteria cause hearing loss, even life, and in that we found a large cluster of human infection of Streptococcus suis in Indonesia. And then we advocate the government to give ampicillin for all the participants of the parties, and the problem of infection get controlled. So another thing is the bacteria can be detected in sick pigs throughout the body. We're working on the vaccine right now. So the problem is Streptococcus suis is, if you would like to try the Balinese cuisine, we call it lawar, Lawar. This can be dangerous if they put uncooked pig blood lawar. If they use the swine or the pigs is in bacteria make paste or fever, you might got infected. You might got earring problem in your life. Yeah, this is the problem with. Next. So this is the picture of stray dogs that you here. Your picture here and those this all stray dogs, they have owners. But the people just keep the dogs free roaming, and the dog itself is sterilized with its group, with its packs. Yeah, maybe this one is pack leaders and followers right here, and you will see it. You can see it everywhere. There's always old problem with that. I don't have problem with that. I'm just used to. Dog is around me. This is next. There's another problem with wild animals, as tourism attraction like a hip, bat, and monkeys like a ubud, monkey forest. And because of this interaction, next please part. Yeah, this is we just we saw epidemic outbreak in 2020, an example of animal-human interaction. And this is the because the outbreak occurred in the middle of the pandemic, so we tested it against COVID, we tested against influenza, H5N1, all negative against the Swiss. We didn't know the causative agent of this outbreak, and then using next generation sequencing, we confirmed that the causative agent is Streptococcus suis equi. We just submit this there on international publication, and we try to figure out what happens that the bacteria theoretically occur in swine, in horse. It might be the indirect transmission vector by human here, and to the group of monkeys, and with river might be play around here, play. Again, this kind of
recording in progress.
So this is a kind of good place to prove if we can detect the bacteria in this animal and human surrounding the Ubud monkey forest, that we can confirm that candidates the problem there, and we might give people some antibiotics, or even animals, even regularly, to control this kind of this occur in tens of animals die during this outbreak. 40, 50 animals with severe hemorrhagic disease like this, and it will occur. It occurred in 5 years before or 10 years before. It might occur in the future. Okay, if we can do research on this kind of bacteria in animals and in people surrounding this area, we might protect the animals. We might protect the people surrounding. Next. So, animal production housing in Bali is mostly sector 3 and sector 4. This is a FAO divided the animal production system in system 1, system 2, system 3, system 4. This is system 3 is with less biosecurity, minimum biosecurity, and backyard. This is the big problem. As I showed you that in the H5N1, it can be detected, the virus can be detected in all animals surrounding backyard farm. Next. This example of backyard is pig with clean, here is close one without housing at all. Here is the chicken house, but it's free roaming animals, okay? So whatever, people surrounding there. Next part. This is also cattle lots or feedlots. Is against no biosecurity at all. So it's everywhere in Bali. It's part of Bali. Next part. So again, as a closing note, Bali is a small island with people as well as domestic pet and wild animal densities, which allow free transmission of disease agents between people and animals. There's very good examples in tracing this communication, interaction, or what's up between animal and people. I send you bacteria and you can check like that. Animal presenters are mostly with no or less minimum biosecurity and backyard farming. Studies of animal health issues are, I would say, still in very limited. I need Australian money, Australian technology to study more of it. That's all I want to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Mahardika, for your interesting talk regarding the state of the animal health in Bali, especially. For this moment, I would like to open for the discussion session. So we have enough time, about 30 minutes, because for the next speaker will be on 11.
Please.
Please feel free to raise your hand for the question to Professor Mahardika.
Okay, sir.
You mentioned earlier in the presentation that there was invalid data on the animal population. Could you just elaborate a bit more on that and what you meant by it?
The data on animal population. The data we have is basically from the bureaus of statistics, provincial statistical bureaus, and we never do a census of animal in Bali, except for people. Yeah, it's a census. Just the number of animals is just an estimate, and being this dynamic population move, the big animal dies. No report of animals die, of course. So we just guess. About that. Yeah? And again, in the rabies case, I myself leading some friends to do really a census of Bali dog population throughout Bali. We never make what is the clear number of animals or the number of dogs we have in Bali. We don't have it because most dog is not at home. Do you have dog? Yes. Where is the dog? There is not home. Just everywhere. Yeah, like that. Again, so it's a free roaming animals mostly, and the people are so reluctant to tell the real population of animals they have because it has to do with the tax. So you have how many pigs? You have 1,000 pigs. How many tax you have already paid? How much you have to pay already? Like that. So they're reluctant to give real information of their animal population. Against what the basic things we have is we have the regulation, but no enforcement. No one enforces it. So it's good like that. Hopefully, it's I satisfy you. Thank you.
I have some comments and then a couple of queries.
Yeah.
So first of all, I really appreciate you because what's the trend all over the world nowadays? You see that people don't believe the established media anymore, like the big corporate media. So people believe like what they see in the social media like TikTok and Facebook. So that's what we see. Because this media are uncensored. You can spread the news. Also there are a lot of false news spread, but people believe it and people like it. So I really appreciate that. I see you are one of the professors who is very active in social media. That's very important for the social awareness. So I really like that. So that's my comments. I really appreciate that. But I have a query, like you use like hallucinogenic. That's the very common way to track down the source of the viruses. Do you do this hallucinogenic analysis based on the whole genome sequence or only the specific, the primer and then segmented sequence?
That's very scientific question actually. They don't like it. No, biological. They don't like it.
No, they like it.
They like how I can serve, what time I should serve in Kutabi. They like it. What bar is the best to visit in Kutabi. They love it. But anyway, social media is, I realize that I advocate a lot in the issues of animal and human disease in Indonesia, including COVID. I was a very prominent scientist in doing public I told it the David Nabarro, the influenza scientist in United Nations, said to me once, "You have a big mouth, mulutmu besar." Jadi this is like people hear it. So I was kind of media darling. They love to just call me and I give any reports, scientifically and also actually intellectual. And that's why, and the social media like Facebook or in the case of African swine fever, so I keep saying to the people in the social media, please be aware. If a matter of time, ISF will arrive in Bali because it's just the origin is from China, and the Chinese way of life is if they travel everywhere in the world, they will bring whatever they have at home, food, meat, whatever, and then they eat it everywhere, and the rest is spreading and goes to the animal, like swill feeding. The swill feeding was occurred in Bali in African swine fever. So I keep saying that, and I'm forgetting they use even the simple disinfection using chlorine. You use chlorine for your clothes, for your you use it for animals. It's the best and the cheapest way to disinfect animal house. Yes. Okay, this is for the serious problem, biological point of view problem. So in some phylogenetic, I use some part for the FMDV. I use almost 6,000 this pair of animal the sequence of the virus. For rabies, mostly I use just nucleoprotein. Yeah. But again, in my opinion, if you want to use this phylogeography to understand to trace where was the virus from, like we call it phylogeography. You can use a short fragment. It is the most diverse fragment, the most divergent fragment, or even the whole genome fragment. It's almost the same, in my opinion. I use it for the whole DNA. I use for COVID. I did bioinformatic analysis and published the COVID data from Indonesia, from everywhere. So again, it depends, but mostly it's okay.
Thank you. I know that many of them has question. I have one last question.
Yes.
I mean, we will talk more during the collaboration dinner and also like official dinner.
Looking forward for it?
Yeah, definitely. I love to work with you. Do you have any cost sharing? Because you say that if you want to kill animal or cull animal in case of disease outbreak, is their farmer getting any incentive, any money from government? Otherwise, why they will kill their animal?
Okay.
In Australia, we have cost sharing.
We do have for birds. We have the regulation. The cost sharing is almost. How many rupiah is $1 Australian dollar? $10,000. Almost half Australian dollars for each head of birds. Is social cost sharing. And for FMT, we have around 10 million for cattle. And the price of the cattle is almost 25 million. And now people are reluctant to do this, except the government or military go through because if they keep the animal for a couple of days, because FMT is not killing animal, it's not fast, it will be healed by itself using antibiotic and using vitamins, and after 1 or 2 weeks, the price of the cattle will become 25 million. How that people are willing to do this eradication or animal slaughter with a low price. Again, in the case of bird flu, I have a good story on it. There was big bird flu cases in my area in Jembrana. 3 people died, and government closed this village, and then doing this killing of the birds. But at the same time, there are no birds. There are no big grown-up birds. They put it somewhere. They hide it. There's only some kittens, some chickens, newborn chicken. Oh, but this my chicken. You can kill it. You can buy it with 7,000 rupiah. But they don't have they hide it somewhere. And after 2 days, after I came back to the village, close to my village in Jembrana, there are many birds there. So how can you control the disease with kind of regulation, with kind of implementation? You can't. It's only might be in your dream, not in the reality. Okay. Yes. Yeah, lady.
I was just wondering a bit more about vaccinations and if there's like any regulations for vaccinating against Jembrana or rabies or avian influenza, and if it's like common for people to vaccinate their animals or not.
For influenza, it's mostly done by the farmers. Government doesn't pay at all. So I think I was and I am now consultant. I got good pay. In companies, in vaccine production company, and as long as the influenza is still in the chicken, in avian, there will be no outbreak in human. And I think Indonesia has controlled this avian influenza very well by the company, because it's easy to make the vaccine. Okay. For the rabies vaccine, yes, this is government regulation, and the government provide all the vaccine except for the people who has money. They can go to private doctor and to get vaccinated and paid by their own. But mostly the government has this program. The problem is now we have a regulation that the vaccine must be produced in Indonesia, and our vaccine is not good. It takes it must be revaccinated every 6 months. How can you manage this kind of problem, wild dog problem, with a vaccine with short duration of immunity? Yes. For FMD, yes, there is a regulation to get vaccine for cattle, especially, all paid by the government. But for pigs, they have to, the farmers have to find a way to find vaccine and pay by themselves. Yes, the problem with FMD is that again, the vaccine, available vaccine is only very few fixed to Indonesian vaccines, and mostly now we have vaccine from South America. This too, in my opinion, it won't be useful to other. Just what I call it useful, like the vaccine for, or like what is using mask in COVID. I call it psychologically useful because you feel that I did something. Psychologically useful, like the vaccine. Psychologically useful because I did something. Although I'm sure that we cannot control the FFP. Okay. Again, what my message is, we have this area environment with no biosecurity, with close contact to human, animal, wild animal, and forest people. So again, Bali can be the entry point of the distribution, the spread of the virus from Indonesia throughout the world, and at the same time from outside the world to Indonesia. Thank you. Okay, sir.
Yeah, thank you. So, as we know, customary rules play an important role here in Bali, and maybe just overrule the government rules. So, also for, vaccination and other stuff, how customary rules play for dissemination, but also, policy making. Yeah.
Okay. People think that this customary or adat is very strong in Bali, but the main business of customary laws in Bali is death, if someone died in the community, and the three temples, Pura Desa, Pura Dalam, dan Pura Pusat. This is the main business of the customary. But I'm not in the opinion that this customary laws in Bali is very strong. I think that again, it's not theoretically it's not against common daily life. In my opinion, sure. Again, you might have different opinion on this matter. So the customary law doesn't have to do with the vaccination. Okay, although we can ask people from the village, the leader from the village to organize their people for vaccination, like that. But basically, again, customary law has a very weak position, very weak roles in doing this modern life. Let's say vaccination, this is or animal management is what basically is modern life. This is my opinion, sir. Again, most people, I have a completely different opinion than most people do in Bali. That we have this adat system that should be very strong, should be very influencing on anything we can rely on. But in my opinion, we cannot rely on this adat. So because the main business of the adat or customary laws in Bali is the death and the three temples in the village. That's my opinion. Sorry. Aku dah ngomong, aku kan nggak
Presentasinya kompleks banget. We still have about 10 minutes more for other question. If you would like to ask the Professor Mahardika.
Yes, ma'am.
If it's not so much a customary influence that's preventing people from caring and doing the biosecurity kind of things that would clearly be beneficial for them in a sustainable farming sense, where does the lack of care come from? Is it a lack of education, or is it just a lack of doing or knowledge?
That's very hard questions. Which comes first, the egg or the chicken? So again, I do have a good experience on this issue of bird flu. I was doing the big project of the people awareness funded by UNESCO during that time, and during this time, some of the, we always identify that early adopter or people some is really reluctant to do that. So some people is from this customary leaders said, no use. What are you doing here? No use. But at the end of the project, there were big case of avian influenza in this deer village, and dear grandchildren keep saying, kakek or grandpa, you have to give your birds to get killed and because of avian flu, because the flu can infect us. Yes, because of like that. Just after very intensive socialization. So that's it. We do we do delay on them after very intensive communication, especially with the young children. Right now, the traffic light, who you follow? The regulation of your children. If I drive, if my kids say, that red light, I have to say stop. If I get through, they will agree with me. So I follow, not the regulation, I follow my kids. That's mostly in Bali. I don't know why is the kind of that in Bali. Okay, I don't say that everything is not customary. Arab system, it does have very strong influence in Bali, especially in preserving the culture, preserving the local areas there. But in overall modern life, like disease control, like healthiness, awareness, it didn't put a lot of attention. That's, I would say like that. Sorry, thank you. Yeah, bye.
Any other questions?
So just pick the last one.
I was just wondering, you were talking about your management efforts like vaccinations and sterilizations and like animal quarantine. What would you say has been the most effective out of those that you've worked on? And is there ways that you can get the government to provide like stricter laws or anything on the people with animals that are letting them just go off in the streets and everything like that?
Okay. In my opinion, the most effective way to do this public awareness. So don't do vaccination first, don't do sterilization first. You have to give awareness of people first before you move to another. If you do, it's like groundbreaking project. Whatever you do, first you have to make a people awareness. This is my opinion. The most effective thing is to do this. This is the problem with the government. We just didn't do vaccination, we didn't do what they call it awareness. It's just telling once in the television and then finish. No, it's not like that. I did a major campaign on bird flu because I have good funding on it during that time. I went to the television every day. I have to pay every month almost $3,000 every month to get in television. This is a campaign on this. And during the time, because I don't have money, I didn't have money to pay people to be an actress. I did myself. I used myself. Go to, if you got rabies, fast vaccine anti-rabies, like that. I did myself. You can see in the website right now, there's this public campaign. So, in my opinion, the most effective things to do is doing groundbreaking project in public awareness. Thank you. That was the last.
Because of the special request from the Professor Mardika, we have to conclude our session. And Thank you very much for the attention
Thank
and
you.
for the question.
Oh, I love this.
We will have the next speaker here through online or Zoom, Zoom. But before he's coming online, we have a short movie here. Is it right?
So maybe we can give like 10 minutes break.
Okay. We'll have 10-minute break. You feel warm? Hot here? Okay. So sorry for the inconvenience.
Yeah.
So we will back again in 10 minutes. Okay. Please take your time.
Di bawah. Ya, ini sertifikat itu ini ya. Masih
All right, I'm going to try and share my screen. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's see. Right, just a moment. Do you see my screen now?
Yeah, now I can, we can see you.
But can you see the screen that says satellite barometers or just me?
But still we can see your presentation. So maybe you can try to share screen. So as you can see in the bottom, there is a green share button.
I'm listening.
Just in the bottom, there is one green.
Okay. Right. So I'll switch to no. Let's see if that works.
I think from Udayana, they already give access for joining. Yeah.
I'm not sharing the screen yet.
Program of Study in Doctor of Veterinary Medicine under the Faculty of Veterinary Medicine, Udayana University, is located in Denpasar City, Bali, Indonesia. It is the only veterinary education program in Bali. It is also the oldest veterinary education within the region.
Proyek ini bertujuan untuk satu, mengurangi penggunaan air irigasi, yang kedua, kita ingin mengurangi emisi karbon.
Namun sekarang dengan adanya proyek Demplot, kita bersama-sama, kami juga sebagai petani sangat-sangat merasakan.
Ternyata hasil kegiatan ini dilakukan oleh petani sangat baik. Mereka menghasilkan produksi yang meningkat lebih dari 20-30%. Dari hasil riset bahwa penggunaan teknologi ini mampu mengurangi emisi karbon khususnya metan hingga 70%.
Seperti sekarang ini kami petani bergerak menutun sendiri-sendiri menganut sistem tua-tua kita. Dengan sekarang adanya teknologi, dengan adanya perkembangan IT seperti sekarang ini, agar di Subak Beno ini, proyek yang semacam ini, kita bisa kontinuitas, kita bisa berlanjut dengan harapan bersama-sama, ya kita mensejahterakan kehidupan petani.
Kami selaku Pakaseh ucapkan terima kasih untuk ke depan bisa dilanjutkan untuk dengan Brahma Santi. Om Santi 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 Om.
karana, the three causes of goodness. So those three causes or parameters are spirit, nature, and society, really. Nature, spirit, society, those are the three things. So the World Heritage was duly constructed, came into existence, and we planned it to have a governing assembly which was going to manage it. So the governing assembly, or Dewan Pengelola, as they say in Indonesian, was going to consist of the elected heads of the subaks, as well as some water temples. They would get together and they would decide how they wanted to manage the World Heritage. Unfortunately, the government didn't entirely agree with that plan. They organized it differently and allowed various government ministries to manage the World Heritage. So it's sort of been in limbo for some years. Starting 2 years ago, we've come up with a plan to try to make it actually work. And that I hope I can interest you in. So there's now a challenge for subaks and for all, for basically the planet having to do with the emission of methane gas from rice paddies. Flooded rice paddies emit a lot of methane gas, a little bit of nitrous oxide, and overall, because it's a very potent greenhouse gas, it accounts for something like 10% of the total methane emissions on the planet. Methane is roughly 30 times more potent than carbon dioxide as a greenhouse gas. In other words, it's a heating gas, doesn't last as long in the atmosphere, but for a while it's really bad news if you're trying to keep the atmosphere from heating up quite so fast. So the question is, can you reduce the methane emissions from the rice paddies? Turns out there's a simple answer to that question. Methane is emitted by methanogenic bacteria when the paddy is flooded. If you drain the paddy within a matter of minutes, no more than an hour, the methanogenic bacteria stop emitting methane and the emissions drop very quickly. So how then can we arrange to have the paddies stop being flooded? That was the question. So a few years ago, we brought a machine, a laser-based gas chromatograph to Bali, and we began to compare emissions, side-by-side comparisons between flooded fields and fields in which the farmer only adds water when he sees hairline cracks in the mud. So most of the time, the field is not flooded, it's dry. And as we measured the methane emissions, we discovered that roughly 80% less methane is emitted if it's dry. So that's great. And then the question arises, well, in that case, why have they been flooding their fields century after century if it's a problem? Well, first answer, of course, is methane's an invisible gas and nobody knew that it was a problem. Secondly, by flooding your field, you control weeds. Makes it much easier to manage the paddy and keep weeds from growing, interfering with the rice. On the other hand, rice is not an aquatic plant, so it doesn't really do it any good to flood it, except that you're controlling the weeds. Okay. So we experimented with giving the farmers a gadget they call an odrok, which is a weed control machine, to push through the paddy, plow the weeds into the field, and see what happens. Okay, well, that worked well. It's easy to use. And then the farmers noticed something quite wonderful, really, which is they grew a lot more rice from the fields that were not flooded. So why should that be the case? We've been thinking about that, and our first hypothesis turned out to be correct. It's pretty simple. You might even guess. If you flood a field and a Balinese rice terrace, then gradually the water is going to move through the field and it will remove a good deal of the fertilizer. If you don't flood the field, then fertilizer stays put and it grows rice. Now that result happened to coincide with some studies that we did a long time ago. 2005, we were looking at, is some of this fertilizer, green revolution, when they started to use fertilizer in Bali, what happens when it gets to the coral reefs? Because there are coral reefs around much of Bali. And as Australians, right, that coral prefers clean water, doesn't like a lot of nutrients in the water. So we found algae growing on the coral off the reefs. And long story short, we took some cores. We drilled cores. You drill a core like about 1 meter long, diameter about the size I'm showing you here. And what you'll find in that core is at a rate of about 1 centimeter per year, you'll see what was in the coral as it was building, as the organism was building its home. So turns out that nitrogen fertilizer, urea, has a different isotopic signature than marine seawater, marine nitrogen. So in other words, there's a kind of a fingerprint. You can look inside the coral, you can look at it, centimeter by centimeter, and you can see how much nitrogen is in the atmosphere, how much nitrogen is being used as the coral builds its home, and where did it come from? And the answer was very clear. What you see is over time, beginning with the so-called green revolution, the switch to chemical fertilizers, there's a steady increase in the amount of urea fertilizer going into the reefs. The problem with that is it grows algae. When it's on the surface of the coral, it grows algae, and the algae kills the coral. I mean, if there's enough of it, it will. It just sort of covers it up, right? So we knew that there had been a problem for a long time about too much fertilizer reaching the reef, okay? And now it looked as though there might be a solution. In other words, if the farmers drain their fields, they don't flood them, the water doesn't drain the fertilizer away, and the fields are emitting less methane, a whole lot less methane, right? So this was all a research project, but by now with those answers, we've begun to try to see if it can be a practical solution, if it could have an effect on reducing those two, key environmental problems, methane pollution and the destruction of the reefs by excess fertilizer. So we've got a plan now. And if I ever get my slides to you, you can see what the plan is. It's quite simple. Methane emissions now goes into worldwide carbon markets. Companies that want to do something about their pollution can buy carbon credits, meaning they can purchase the rights for reduction of a pollutant like methane happening elsewhere. This market has been only partially successful because it's hard to measure. Often there are lots of problems with it. Chinese said, we're promising to reduce our methane emissions. We're not going to flood our fields as much. But that turned out to be mostly not true. So you need a way to be able to actually verify that the methane emissions are reduced. Okay, if you're still with me, the question is, how do you do that? Well, satellites, okay. A few months ago, the Americans launched a satellite called MethaneSat, which is designed specifically to identify large plumes of methane gas from around the planet. The problem is, that's not the kind of condition that we need to be looking at if we're trying to control tiny emissions of methane from lots and lots of rice fields. The reason methane is a problem is that there are lots of rice fields. Rice is the most important food crop for Asia, and the rice fields are all over. So you need a different kind of satellite to be able to track those emissions. It turns out that it's perfectly possible, actually. We began working with an Israeli company that sells satellite images to farmers who are trying to manage their crops. That worked fairly well, but the particular satellite bands that are used for those purposes could not really tell you whether the fields were wet or dry. But now we've got a new system which uses L-band satellite data, which can accurately tell you whether your rice paddy is wet or dry. So that means you don't have to measure it in the field. You don't have to watch it. The satellite can simply pass over and give you images, which then become the proof of reduced methane in those fields. All right. So this is now the phase that we're at now. Farmers could then be eligible for carbon credits. Satellite takes pictures of their fields. Carbon credits are sold to whoever, Google, Microsoft, whoever's got a problem with, they'd like to do something about the climate. And those satellite images become the proof. There'll be many passes overhead by the satellites. In other words, it's provable. It doesn't rely on human, it's completely independent of human observations. The satellite will tell you how dry the field is. Notice that we're not measuring methane directly. Instead, we're simply measuring whether the fields are wet or dry, but that tells us, we now know this because we repeated this experiment in numerous fields. If the field is wet, methane is being emitted. If the field is dry, it's not. Okay. So here's the stage we're at. Now there are 4 subocs that are working with us that began by asking if they could, and now we're allowing, we're helping them to try this in their own fields. 4 subocs, so it's a few hundred farmers, and by now this is like the 5th or 6th time they've grown their crops, and the results are great. The last harvests were 8 tons, right around 8 tons of rice per hectare per season. Normal harvest, a good harvest in Bali is usually 5 or 6 tons. Again, why is that? Well, we think it's because the fertilizer isn't getting washed away the coral reefs. But the farmers are just happy that they're growing more rice. And I think you saw a video where we briefly outlined how that works, right? You see the farmers telling us how happy they are that they're growing more rice. Okay, so it should probably work. Okay, now we come to the sociology of Balinese subocs, the production or organization of how do the Balinese grow their rice. And that I think is close to what you guys are looking at. I understand that you've been studying something of Lynn Ostrom and management of the commons. And so let's put this problem in that context. Okay, so what's the context? Well, Lynn Ostrom got her Nobel Prize for writing a wonderful book about governing the commons, meaning how do small-scale groups that share a common resource organize themselves to maintain that resource so that you don't have a tragedy of the commons. Soon after Lynn got her Nobel Prize, she wrote one of her last papers and posed a new question. She said, can lessons from small-scale commons dilemmas scale up? Can they scale up? In other words, can this help us with global-scale commons problems? Now, if you've been following the commons literature, you know that there's been a kind of an evolution of definitions of the commons that's becoming obviously very, very relevant and important for all of us. So what are the definitions of the commons? Well, it used to be the global commons were the atmosphere, outer space, the seas outside of national limits and so forth, Antarctica, things that nobody owns. Then that definition has shifted. It's now usually used to say, well, the global commons are all of the resources that we all globally rely upon. The atmosphere, the forests, biodiversity, those parameters. If you may remember a very important paper from a few years ago called Planetary Boundaries, asking how much human interference with the biosphere is sustainable. And in the case of the commons, the question becomes, is there a way to manage the global commons? How could the global commons be managed? Well, I'm speaking to you from the United States, where we've apparently decided we're going to destroy our country and have nothing more to do with, we don't believe in climate change. However, the rest of the world hopefully has not lost their mind. So how then can we find ways in which the global commons can be managed? Well, now the interesting thing about this Bali project is it would work like this. Suppose we go back to our World Heritage. We have 19 subocs in the World Heritage. Each of those subocs consists of the farmers who share water from a common source. On the average, maybe 100 hectares, maybe 200 farmers. It varies, but they're small-scale groups. Everybody knows everybody's first name. So the subocs have been around since the 12th century, and they managed their commons, which is very precisely defined as the water. Their water. The water belongs to a goddess. They share it. Nobody owns it. And the task of the subak is to manage the water effectively, right? If you wanted to grow rice in Bali, you'd have to join the subak, you'd become a voting member, and you'd pay some dues for things like managing, maintaining the irrigation system, policing it from water theft, and providing offerings to the goddess of the lake who makes it all possible. Okay, so here we are with these 19 small scale, this is classic in Ostrom, small scale commons organizations, tiny little things. There are like 80,000 hectares of rice paddies in Bali, and there may be roughly 1,000 subaks. So how in the world could that have any effect on the global commons? Well, we think it could go like this. By virtue of this satellite gambit, the subaks can sign up, right, to say, okay, we're going to manage our commons. We're going to reduce the flow of water and also sort of indirectly the flow of fertilizer out of our fields. We're going to prove that with satellite images, and that'll be sold on a global market, So now both the farmers and the buyers of the carbon credits are, in effect, participating in the management of the global commons. In their small way, what they're doing, the farmers, after all, methane's an invisible gas. They have to take our word for it that they're doing anything to this invisible gas of methane by not flooding their fields. They take that for granted. I mean, they accept that as a truth. And that method of enabling them to control their own little patch of the earth and then selling that to somebody else in France who wants to do something about it, that then becomes a multi-scale commons, a dispersed commons. It's bringing into existence a governance mechanism for the commons that will happen almost automatically, right? It'll happen because there are incentives on both sides for the buyers and the sellers to participate in managing these flows. So it's kind of a long story that I've been telling you. But we've got a short version. And if I had my picture, I could show it to you. But so it's a very simple thing. We have a plaque now. The Balinese kings issued royal inscriptions from about the 9th to the 14th century, and they used bronze or copper plaques, and they'd write in Balinese instructions to the villages. Okay, you'll may see them at some point. So we have a new plaque, and it's called A Letter to the Future. And it says, I think I can do it from memory. It says, this is a plaque that will be placed on the Subak temple or on the Subak meeting pavilion if they decide to go ahead with this scheme. The plaque says, for centuries, the Subaks have been feeding the people of Bali. Now we know that we are emitting methane gas in large quantities, which is harmful to the atmosphere. Through our management of water, we know what to do. And only you will know whether we succeed. Signed by the Subak, and it has at the bottom of the plaque 423 parts per million methane, I think. I mean, just identifying the problem of the methane emission issue. This plaque idea came to us because it was originally done in Iceland by at the site where the first Icelandic glacier has now stopped growing. They put up a letter to the future in Icelandic, in Old Norse, saying essentially the same thing. This is where, letter to the future, this is where our glaciers stopped growing. We know what to do, and only you will know whether we succeed. Signed by, I forget, by the good people in the name of the good people of Iceland. So with this plaque, it kind of captures, we like to think it captures the basic concept of the Subaks extending their traditional role in managing water to grow rice for everybody's benefit and trying to do it according to the principles of Trihita Karana, balancing the needs of society and nature and spirit. It puts it in that context. At the bottom of the plaque, there's an image of Pratiwi, Balinese goddess of the earth. And then there's a little line or two in Balinese that says Mangdatis Jagate, Mangdatis Jagate means, or Mangdatis Bhumi means to cool the earth. Purpose is to cool the earth. And there are rituals that the Subaks perform already. That's not I didn't invent that phrase. It's an old Balinese notion about the kinds of rituals that are required to manage, for Subaks to manage their role in the earth, to keep the earth cool, to stop things from being hot. So this places that, this approach in the context of how the Balinese, sort of just extending with the idea that by managing the water, they can also help to manage the reefs and the atmosphere, and that there will be others, perhaps from around the world, who would like to join and help them, because after all, it's not just our rice fields, it's the whole planet that needs to be managed, all the coral reefs. All right, so that's the plan. It's now, the game's afoot. I don't know what your plans are in Bali, but you could go up and see the village, the Subak, where most of the work has been done, because you've just seen that video. It's called Subak Pena up in Tabanan. Other Subaks are joining, and we hope it'll work. In last August, as we were hatching this scheme, we invited the a team of 4 scientists from the International Rice Research Institute in the Philippines. IRI, it's called, the Rice Institute. So the Rice Institute has been in charge of advice. It's a UN agency, it's a big one, and it has played the role of providing scientific advice, policy advice mostly to Africa and Asia for rice growing. So-called part of the Green Revolution, but they're anyway, they're trying to go beyond the Green Revolution, feed the people, reduce methane, this kind of thing. Okay, so they came to Bali. They met with our Subak. They examined our methods for measuring emissions. And they had 2 comments. One was, we hadn't expected that the rice yields would increase. The reason for it probably is the one that we proposed, that Bali grows rice on terraces and the water flows out. It's not flat. Bjorn Ole Sanderson, who is the IRI representative to the government of Thailand for rice growing in Thailand, Bjorn Ole came and said, most of the fields in Thailand are flat, so the water does not flow out, at least not very much, and so the fertilizer probably will not flow out, and that's probably the reason why changing to non-flooded fields doesn't grow more rice there. Anyway, so that was their first comment, and their second comment was, let's try it. Let's try it, because this method, if it works in Bali, there are also many areas in the world that have where rice is grown on sloping fields, draining into the, like here in Asia, right, into the agricultural drainages which lead into the coral reefs. So they're watching with interest to see how it'll work. The last thing I'm going to say about that project is it may be easier to do in Bali, to try it at first, than anywhere else that I can think of, because the Balinese have this tradition of managing rice terraces with subaks. That they get together once a month, they talk to each other, it's a collective responsibility, and it's gone on for centuries. Bali is famous for the efficiency and success of their subaks as commons management systems. So if it'll work anywhere, it'll probably work in Bali. This seems like a good place. However, elsewhere, perhaps the same dynamics might work too. So let me stop here. That's kind of a long story, and ask if you have any questions, and we can talk about other aspects of. If you have other questions actually about the subaks, I'd be happy to try to answer them. I'm not hearing anybody. Oh, good. Hello? Sorry, not hearing.
Hello, can you hear me now? Yes. Yes,
Yes,
I've just got
good.
in regard to, so if issues do arise with the management, what's their sort of conflict resolution? How do they do that? Does it go to a meeting, or, you know, and are the outcomes normally supported? Obviously, if it works long term, I would say they are, but in general, you know, are people willing to get on board with the outcomes of the conflict resolution, or do they continue, or do they leave the management situation because they're not happy with the outcome?
They've been at it a long time, and they have some interesting customs, some sort of rules in the Subox that are pretty uniform, that I think help to explain why they're usually pretty good at it. One of them is that when you speak in a Subak, you're supposed to use the same level of Balinese. Ordinarily, you speak high Balinese to each other. If people switch to low Balinese, everybody will switch to low. What you don't do is to use a language register that indicates that you're superior and the other people are not. So they set aside those language rules, which otherwise in Bali are ubiquitous. There are rules that you can't speak Balinese without choosing your level. But the Subaks insist on being egalitarian in the way in which they talk to each other. And they are careful about allowing people to talk in the rules. I mean, in the meetings. The second thing that's interesting about them is that they choose their leaders typically for the problem solvers. It's not the richest farmer. It's not the most powerful farmer. It's the guy who's best at running a meeting. And I say that having spent many years going to Subak meetings. That seems to be a very common feature. So they have these rules about allowing people to speak. And then they have punishments which the Subak collectively can inflict. Stealing from a Subak, taking money, is a religious sin. And so not to be done lightly. Balinese are like everybody else. I mean, you know, I don't know. Balinese are in general, are very honest people. But in the Subak, it's a very special kind of relationship. You do not want to be accused of theft with anything to do with the Subak. It's too dangerous. Your family will be very unhappy with you. Having said that, however, there are ways to sort of cheat by taking more water than your share, which is not really taking money. Things like that happen. And then there are just kind of graded punishments. The paper that I think I asked to be circulated to you, we asked a bunch of questions, 30 Subaks. We asked people, you know, how often do people cheat on things like water theft? And then how is it punished? And the answers are usually just to be accused of it is pretty much usually all that's needed. Long story, I'm giving you a long answer to your question. I think there are interesting reasons why the Subaks work quite well. From time to time, however, in that paper we show, from time to time, things go wrong in a village, something happens, and then the Subaks can fail. They fail when people cease cooperating in management, because it's hard to keep all those little, you know, small canals going accurately at the same time. You're guiding them through channels made of mud, not concrete. So they constantly have to be shored up. So it takes a lot of effort to make it all work. But it's also very easy to see that it's working, right? You glance down and you can see what's going on with those canals. So I think they've worked out ways in which it becomes kind of hard to evade observation if you're doing something wrong. And then the Subak itself is often very successful at talking over a situation and making a decision. The worst constraint that I've seen is saying the whole Subak, sometimes Subaks form confederations, you know, a bunch of Subaks sharing one big water source, they share that water. And if a Subak takes more water than its share collectively, then they'll get a warning. And if that warning doesn't work, then the water gets shut off. They simply stop, you know, sending the water to that Subak until they pay until they, restore things to the way they ought to be. So, long answer to your question.
Yeah, so I have a couple of questions, but before that, I would like to ask our students whether you have any question. Yeah, Talia.
Hi. How involved is like state government or like national government in these subak systems, or are they not really a big participant on anything?
The guy who, when I talk about this project, it's a project that I did with an old friend who's a Balinese agricultural researcher. And for years, he's been the director of research for the Ministry of Agriculture for rice farming in Bali. So, so I've sort of watched how he approaches things. His job, his mandate has been to try to come up with effective new policies that can be, the word they use is socialized. The farmers can be persuaded to take them up. And a lot of that had to do with organic farming, shifting to organic farming. Others having to do with control of pests, have been policies like that. So the Ministry of Agriculture has extension agents, and there's an extension agent for every subak, often working for several different subaks. They are essentially advisors. They are not, they work by persuasion. They don't tell people what to do. That's different from the beginning of the Green Revolution. You probably, or you may know that history. When the Green Revolution first began, it was compulsory to stop planting traditional Balinese rice and to grow rice as quickly as possible, not using traditional calendars, so as to feed Bali, as to grow more rice. That, however, was not very successful. There's a long story connected with that. But they kind of learned their lessons, they being the government. So since that time, I don't see coercion happening in the government. I just see attempts to, to try to help improve farming practices.
So, any other question? Yeah, so maybe I can start some questions. As you know, tourism and, before it was Green Revolution, so that are the main threats for subak, and how they managed to resolve these problems. Before it was like Green Revolution, and now it could be more on tourism. So how the subak systems manage to resolve these issues, and how it can resolve the forthcoming issues that we can expect because of this development activities.
Yeah. Well, tourism has directly and indirectly been a problem the subak struggle to solve and often fail. One of the big problems is the temptation to sell some of your rice land to someone who put in a hotel or something like that. And the problem is, when that happens, then the tax on that piece of land that now holds a hotel goes up. And so does the tax on their neighbors. So once farmers, like if they got land located along the side of a road and they start selling their land and building tourist facilities, then it becomes very difficult for their neighbors to grow enough rice to pay their taxes. So that's been rolling up subaks in West Bali now, and also Bangli for some time. It's just an indirect effect of the spread of tourism. But more generally, tourism, rice is a tough, growing rice is hard work. It's not very profitable. And more and more people who are doing the work are sharecroppers. They may not be Balinese. The farmers, I think many Balinese believe that it's important to maintain their families' rice fields, right? Their relationship, their ties to the village in their rice fields. But still, the temptation to sell is always there. So over the last few years, it's like a couple thousand hectares a year typically goes out of production because of those pressures. Or if you put it differently, if you're an economist, say those new opportunities, right? But those new opportunities make it difficult for the subaks to survive. Let me just wave the flag for a minute here and say, if we can get carbon credits going to those farmers from the sale of methane, the invisible gas, that'll make it easier. But I predict that the price of a ton of methane emission is going to steadily go up as we continue to heat the planet. And for that reason, I think there's going to be funds coming in from emission credits are likely to become increasingly valuable. Sadly, but perhaps ironically is the word.
Yeah. Thanks. Any other question? Yeah, so my another question is like, we do have rice traces in different places. For example, in Philippines, we do have rice traces. And what are the differences between the Balinese subak traces and the traces elsewhere? I mean, compared to, for example, Philippine soil.
Yeah, well, as of course I'm sure you know, up in Ifugao, Lantai, there's a traditional system of rice terrace managed by tribal people, which looks a lot like Bali. Very beautiful rice terraces. Functions in somewhat the same way collectively, but most of the Philippines is not organized by tribal people, and the rice is an independent, is grown by independent farmers. So you don't have the kind of subak infrastructure that makes it easy to manage water collectively. And that's since I'm telling you this story about the methane emission, that's important, because if one farmer who's growing crops on a third of the hectare changes his cultivation pattern, the amount of methane that he's going to save is minuscule. You need a larger scale management system to be able to make it work. And so I think that's, if our idea is going to spread, it's going to have to involve creating more subak-like systems for management to enable control of methane emissions.
Yep, thanks. My another question is as you know, the customary rules are very strong in Bali, but also historically, sometimes like government rules were dominant, but sometimes customary rules played a major role. So as you have long experience, can you a bit explain how this evolution happened, and yeah, any key messages from your side in terms of historical evolution of this customary dynamics?
Yeah, it's an interesting story, a long story, because when the Dutch conquered Bali, you know, the Dutch pride themselves on their ability to manage water too. And they were fascinated by the success of the subaks, and they wanted to know how was it done. And they assumed that it had been organized by the Rajas in the old days, by the kings. But no one could find any evidence that that had been the case. It looked as though the subaks really were sort of democratic associations. I mean, Bali in the old days, in the days of the Raja, was a feudal society, right? Ruled by caste with princes. But the subaks were little islands of democratic management that were mostly, I mean, they paid their taxes to the Rajas, to the princes, but they did not, they were not workers for you know, they were autonomous, let's put it like that, because they were very good at growing the rice. Why interfere with them? Because they're doing such a good job at growing rice. All the prince needs to do is just, you know, tax the proceeds. So that went on. And that's sort of the short version of what we think happened during the Dutch conquest, the revelation of the importance and the power of the subaks as democratic organizations. More recently, there's just the episode of the Green Revolution when Norman Borlaug got the Nobel Prize for the Green Revolution, shifting from traditional farming to in this case it was potatoes and wheat, growing. I don't know, maybe I shouldn't tell the Green Revolution story. That's a long story to tell. Anyway, there was a period during the Green Revolution, when the Green Revolution was being pursued in Bali, when it was illegal to grow native Balinese rice and to plant according to the Subak's calendars. We've lost the native Balinese rice from the lowlands because it was entirely replaced by high-yielding varieties, many of which were bred in the Philippines. It's a pity because now those native Balinese rice varieties exist only in the highlands where the Green Revolution never really took off. So that's a kind of a memento of a period. It was a period of about 10 years during which wholesale replacement of traditional rice with hybrid rice that because it was a government policy was quickly executed. Sorry, my answers are so long.
No, I mean, thanks, Steve. Any last question from you? Yeah, so if this is not the case, I'd like to thank Steve for your time. I guess you are having a vacation in Hawaii, but thanks again for joining with us. And I guess we can invite you in Marduk at the same time as you are having a project in Bali. Maybe I can collaborate with you, and also my other colleagues from Marduk can collaborate with you. Thank you very much, Steve.
Thank you very much. I'd be delighted to accept. Thank you, guys. My advice is visit a subak, interesting places. Talk to the farmers, interesting people. They know a lot about democracy.
Thanks again, Steve.
Okay, thank you. Bye, everyone.
Okay. Test. Yes. Okay, so I think that's all we have already done for the first session. So how do you feel? Everybody? All good? All good. So maybe some of you already think that this is already wartime, 12. So it means lunch break, right? Yeah, and I understand that maybe some of you already feel enough about the first session and already got the really good insights, that very insightful information from our speakers. And we'll now take a short lunch break, actually. So we will be having the lunch break for 1 hour. So starting from 12 right now, and we will be here again for the second session at 1 p.m. So 60 minutes lunch break, and please feel free to enjoy some refreshment given from us, network with fellow participants, and you are expected to return here and be ready for the second session at 1 p.m. Yeah, okay, enjoy. And maybe the short introduction from me about our lunch break. So you will be having a nasi campur. We call it nasi campur. So it means like a rice mixed with some condiments. And you will be also having a fruit, a snake. Salak ya, snake fruit ya, salak. Yeah, the snake fruit, maybe for everyone that not familiar with this fruit, so you need to peel it out, and you can eat the meat
It is the only
inside.
veterinary education
Yeah, please enjoy the food.
in Bali. It is also the oldest veterinary education within the region of eastern Indonesia. Students who study in our Faculty of Veterinary Medicine come from all over Indonesia. Some even come from Malaysia and Timor-Leste. The Faculty of Veterinary Medicine, for both its bachelor and professional programs, have received excellent accreditation from Indonesian Accreditation Agency for Higher Education in Health. The faculty is progressing to reach our goals of becoming globally recognized veterinary program as stated in our 2020-2025 strategic plans and Udayana University's policy on quality assurance. The classroom for teaching and learning activities for vet students consists of 8 small classrooms and 1 large classroom. For the small classrooms, each is 24 square meters with a capacity of 25 students. As for the large classroom, it is a combination of 2 small classrooms with a capacity of 50 to 60 students. This study room can also be used for students' extracurricular activities or special interest clubs. The veterinary library or reading room is located in the veterinary school. The reading room is equipped with updated hard copies of scientific reading materials donated by our alumni, as well as grant programs from Udayana University and Ministry of Education and Culture. Currently, our library has 269 textbooks, 4 regular scientific journals, consisting of 3 Indonesian language journals ranked 2nd nationally, and 1 English journal that has been indexed globally. The library also provides 225 electronic books, 1,500 theses for undergraduates, more than 100 master theses, and 47 doctorate dissertations. Our next facility is Veterinary Public Health Laboratory.
Okay guys, one more thing that I want to tell you, we will be having an ice, like this is the young coconut with the orange in juice. So we mix it together and you will be having this ice later.
Equipment, laminar airflow, freezer, etc. The research laboratory is used to prepare media and materials before practicum is carried out. Practicum activities at the Veterinary Public Health Laboratory include testing the quality of meat, milk, eggs, and examining bacterial contaminations in veterinary products. In addition to practicum, several students and lecturers' research are also carried out in this lab.
Excuse me, is there any of you who haven't got the lunch box? All right, okay.
So all of you already got the lunch, right? The box, lunch box. If there is someone who have not get it, so you can tell us.
This lab is used for students.
And one more thing, anyone allergy of the coconut?
Second and third
No?
semester.
So you, both of you, all of you can eat coconut, yeah?
Students. Facilities available include anatomical framework of cows, horses, cats, dogs, crocodiles, and animal organs used to study muscle and nerve structures. The computer room also serves as our biostatistics lab. The computer room is equipped with 25 units of computers from the latest generation. Apart from being used for practicum for biostatistics students, this computer room is also used for the selection test for new university admission, which is carried out again centrally by the university. This is a histology and pathology laboratory. The lab is used for students during their first to sixth semester. Our laboratory is equipped with up-to-date 1 teaching microscope and 25 binocular microscopes. Apart from practicum activities, some students and lecturers' research are also carried out in this lab. This is our immunology laboratory. This laboratory is equipped with laminar airflow, centrifuge, CO2 incubator, -40 degrees freezer, etc. The immunology lab is used for research activities for bachelor, master, and doctoral students. Some students other than veterinary medicine also take advantage of the facilities in this lab for their research activities, such as students from medicine, mathematics and natural science, pharmacy, etc. Excellent programs carried out in this lab include the development of monoclonal antibodies for rabies, avian influenza, Newcastle disease, and fasciola. Our laboratory also performs several other tests such as ELISA and immunohistochemistry. The Laboratory of Biomedical Science mainly served as our molecular biology laboratory. It is equipped with thermocycler machines, laminar airflow, ELISA reader, microcentrifuge. Research conducted in this lab are primarily focused on the field of molecular biology. Research are carried out by students and lecturers from our own Faculty of Veterinary Medicine and other faculties such as medicine, mathematics, and natural science. Excellent research programs carried out in this lab include development of genetic engineering, such as DNA cloning and bioinformatic analysis. The next facility is our veterinary teaching hospital. This is our primary facility in producing professional and competent veterinarians. First, there is a registration room where clients or patients who come will be recorded for their identity and complaints before getting any treatment. There is an emergency room where patients with an emergency status will receive first treatment. The facilities available include stainless steel examination table and emergency medical equipment. In this room, clinical examinations are carried out If a supporting examinations are needed, laboratory examinations both for clinical pathology, radiology are then carried out. Apart from Facilium, which is located just outside the hospital. Animal Health Center, or Poskeswan, and Sobangan Bali Cattle Teaching Farm is a collaborative work between Faculty of Veterinary Medicine, Udayana University, and the local government of Badang Regency through its Agriculture and Food Security Service. The Poskeswan and the Sobangan Teaching Farm have an area of about 7 hectares, which includes office areas, cow sheds, feed processing facilities, and a nursery area for calves. You are now entering the office complex for Animal Health Center, or Poskeswan. It is equipped with laboratory facilities such as microscopes that are used for examining parasite infections or other disease agents. The capacity of the laboratory is about 5 to 7 people. A meeting room with the capacity of about 40 people is also available within the office complex. With the support of veterinary professionals working in the Animal Health Center, our students can learn how to handle reproductive disorders in large animals, especially Bali cattle. They also learn how to handle several cases in pigs and goats because of their close location with the Animal Health Center. In addition, students also learn how to provide livestock health service for several community-owned livestock groups. Biochemistry, physiology, pharmacology, and veterinary pharmacy laboratories serve the education process at the Faculty of Veterinary Medicine. It is a place for lecturer or student research activities in the field that are related to biochemistry, physiology, pharmacology, and pharmacy. Students from their 1st to 8th semester use this laboratory for their practicum activities. The capacity of the laboratory is about 30 to 40 students. Some practicum activities conducted in this lab include biochemistry practicum level 1 and 2, local and general anesthesia, meiotic mediatic practicum, drug biotransformation, toxicology practicum, practicum related to organophosphate insecticide, pharmacy practicum, mixing various forms of medicine, making salves, pastes, creams, syrups, and capsules. In addition, services for people with special needs are also provided, such as the availability of wheelchairs and ramps, as well as elevators that give access to every floor in the building. We have provided internet facilities in an artistic cafeteria with a touch of Balinese nuance to provide comfortable study environment for our students. This facility is popular among students and visitors. With high-speed internet access, this facility attracts students when they need an open space to discuss course materials or just to have an informal meeting or gatherings. Those are all the facilities we would like to show you today. Thank you for the opportunity and attention. Program of Study in Doctor of Veterinary Medicine under the Faculty of Veterinary Medicine, Udayana University, is located in Denpasar City, Bali, Indonesia. It is the only veterinary education program in Bali. It is also the oldest veterinary education within the region of Eastern Indonesia. Students who study in our Faculty of Veterinary Medicine come from all over Indonesia. Some even come from Malaysia and Timor-Leste. The Faculty of Veterinary Medicine, for both its bachelor and professional programs, have received excellent accreditation from Indonesian Accreditation Agency for Higher Education in Health. The faculty is progressing to reach our goals of becoming globally recognized veterinary program as stated in our 2020-2025 strategic plans and Udayana University's policy on quality assurance. The classroom for teaching and learning activities for vet students consists of 8 small classrooms and 1 large classroom. For the small classrooms, each is 24 square meters with the capacity of 25 students. As for the large classroom, it is a combination of 2 small classrooms with a capacity of 50 to 60 students. This study room can also be used for students' extracurricular activities or special interest clubs. The veterinary library or reading room is located in the veterinary school. The reading room is equipped with updated hard copies of scientific reading materials donated by our alumni, as well as grant programs from Udayana University and Ministry of Education and Culture. Currently, our library has 269 textbooks, 4 regular scientific journals, consisting of 3 Indonesian language journals ranked 2nd nationally, and 1 English journal that has been indexed globally. The library also provides 225 electronic books, 1,500 theses for undergraduates, more than 100 master theses, and 47 doctorate dissertations. Our next facility is Veterinary Public Health Laboratory. The laboratory that is used for practicum activities of students in their 6th semester. This laboratory is divided into a research laboratory and a practicum room. The research laboratory is equipped with incubator equipment, laminar airflow, freezer, etc. The research laboratory is used to prepare media and materials before practicum is carried out. Practicum activities at the Veterinary Public Health Laboratory include testing the quality of meat, milk, eggs, and examining bacterial contaminations in veterinary products. In addition to practicum, several students and lecturers' research are also carried out in this lab. Adjacent to the Veterinary Public Health Laboratory is our Anatomy Laboratory. This lab is used for students during their practicum activities in their 1st, 2nd, and 3rd semester. The lab has a capacity of 50 students. Facilities available include anatomical framework of cows, horses, cats, dogs, crocodiles, and animal organs used to study muscle and nerve structures. The computer room also serves as our biostatistics lab. The computer room is equipped with 25 units of computers from the latest generation. Apart from being used for practicum for biostatistics students, this computer room is also used for the selection test for new university admission, which is carried out again centrally by the university. This is a histology and pathology laboratory. The lab is used for students during the 1st to 6th semester. Our laboratory is equipped with up-to-date 1 teaching microscope and 25 binocular microscopes. Apart from practicum activities, some students and lecturers' research are also carried out in this lab. This is our immunology laboratory. This laboratory is equipped with laminar airflow, centrifuge, CO2 incubator, minus 40 degrees freezer, etc. The immunology lab is used for research activities for bachelor, master, and doctoral students. Some students other than veterinary medicine also take advantage of the facilities in this lab for their research activities, such as students from medicine, mathematics and natural science, pharmacy, etc. Excellent programs carried out in this lab include the development of monoclonal antibodies for rabies, avian influenza, Newcastle disease, and fasciola. Our laboratory also performs several other tests such as ELISA and immunohistochemistry. The Laboratory of Biomedical Science mainly served as our molecular biology laboratory. It is equipped with thermocycler machines, laminar airflow, ELISA reader, microcentrifuge. Research conducted in this lab are primarily focused on the field of molecular biology. Research are carried out by students and lecturers from our own Faculty of Veterinary Medicine and other faculties such as medicine, mathematics, and natural science. Excellent research programs carried out in this lab include development of genetic engineering, such as DNA cloning and bioinformatic analysis. The next facility is our veterinary teaching hospital. This is our primary facility in producing professional and competent veterinarians. First, there is a registration room where clients or patients who come will be recorded for their identity and complaints before getting any treatment. There is an emergency room where patients with an emergency status will receive first treatment. The facilities available include stainless steel examination table and emergency medical equipment. In this room, clinical examinations are carried out If a supporting examinations are needed, laboratory examinations both for clinical pathology, radiology are then carried out. Apart from facilities mentioned, the hospital also has an animal crematorium, which is located just outside the hospital. Animal Health Center, or Poskeswan, and Sobangan Bali Cattle Teaching Farm is a collaborative work between Faculty of Veterinary Medicine, Udayana University, and the local government of Badan Regency through its Agriculture and Food Security Service. The Poskeswan and the Sobangan Teaching Farm have an area of about 7 hectares, which includes office areas, cow sheds, feed processing facilities, and a nursery area for calves. You are now entering the office complex for Animal Health Center, or Poskeswan. It is equipped with laboratory facilities such as microscopes that are used for examining parasite infections or other disease agents. The capacity of the laboratory is about 5 to 7 people. A meeting room with the capacity of about 40 people is also available within the office complex. With the support of veterinary professionals working in the Animal Health Center, our students can learn how to handle reproductive disorders in large animals, especially Bali cattle. They also learn how to handle several cases in pigs and goats because of their close location with the Animal Health Center. In addition, students also learn how to provide livestock health service for several community-owned livestock groups. Biochemistry, physiology, pharmacology, and veterinary pharmacy laboratories serve the education process at the Faculty of Veterinary Medicine. It is a place for lecturer or student research activities in the field that are related to biochemistry, physiology, pharmacology, and pharmacy. Students from their 1st to 8th semester use this laboratory for their practicum activities. The capacity of the laboratory is about 30 to 40 students. Some practicum activities conducted in this lab include biochemistry practicum level 1 and 2, local and general anesthesia, meiotic mediatic practicum, drug biotransformation, toxicology practicum, practicum related to organophosphate insecticide, pharmacy practicum, mixing various forms of medicine, making salves, pastes, creams, syrups, and capsules. In addition, services for people with special needs are also provided, such as the availability of wheelchairs and ramps, as well as elevators that give access to every floor in the building. We have provided internet facilities in an artistic cafeteria with a touch of Balinese nuance to provide comfortable study environment for our students. This facility is popular among students and visitors. With high-speed internet access, this facility attracts students when they need an open space to discuss course materials or just to have an informal meeting or gatherings. Those are all the facilities we would like to show you today. Thank you for the opportunity and attention. Program of Study in Doctor of Veterinary Medicine under the Faculty of Veterinary Medicine, Udayana University, is located in Denpasar City, Bali, Indonesia. It is the only veterinary education program in Bali. It is also the oldest veterinary education within the region of Eastern Indonesia. Students who study in our Faculty of Veterinary Medicine come from all over Indonesia. Some even come from Malaysia and Timor-Leste. The Faculty of Veterinary Medicine, for both its bachelor and professional programs, have received excellent accreditation from Indonesian Accreditation Agency for Higher Education in Health. The faculty is progressing to reach our goals of becoming globally recognized veterinary program as stated in our 2020-2025 strategic plans and Udayana University's policy on quality assurance. The classroom for teaching and learning activities for vet students consists of 8 small classrooms and 1 large classroom. For the small classrooms, each is 24 square meters with a capacity of 25 students. As for the large classroom, it is a combination of 2 small classrooms with a capacity of 50 to 60 students. This study room can also be used for students' extracurricular activities or special interest clubs. The veterinary library or reading room is located in the veterinary school. The reading room is equipped with updated hard copies of scientific reading materials donated by our alumni, as well as grant programs from Udayana University and Ministry of Education and Culture. Currently, our library has 269 textbooks, 4 regular scientific journals, consisting of 3 Indonesian language journals ranked 2nd nationally, and 1 English journal that has been indexed globally. The library also provides 225 electronic books, 1,500 theses for undergraduates, more than 100 master theses, and 47 doctorate dissertations. Our next facility is Veterinary Public Health Laboratory. The laboratory that is used for practicum activities of students in their 6th semester. This laboratory is divided into a research laboratory and a practicum room. The research laboratory is equipped with incubator equipment, laminar airflow, freezer, etc. The research laboratory is used to prepare media and materials before practicum is carried out. Practicum activities at the Veterinary Public Health Laboratory include testing the quality of meat, milk, eggs, and examining bacterial contaminations in veterinary products. In addition to practicum, several students and lecturers' research are also carried out in this lab. Adjacent to the Veterinary Public Health Laboratory is our Anatomy Laboratory. This lab is used for students during their practicum activities in their 1st, 2nd, and 3rd semester. The lab has a capacity of 50 students. Facilities available include anatomical framework of cows, horses, cats, dogs, crocodiles, and animal organs used to study muscle and nerve structures. The computer room also serves as our biostatistics lab. The computer room is equipped with 25 units of computers from the latest generation. Apart from being used for practicum for biostatistics students, this computer room is also used for the selection test for new university admission, which is carried out again centrally by the university. This is a histology and pathology laboratory. The lab is used for students during the 1st to 6th semester. Our laboratory is equipped with up-to-date 1 teaching microscope and 25 binocular microscopes. Apart from practicum activities, some students and lecturers' research are also carried out in this lab. This is our immunology laboratory. This laboratory is equipped with laminar airflow, centrifuge, CO2 incubator, -40 degrees freezer, etc. The immunology lab is used for research activities for bachelor, master, and doctoral students. Some students other than veterinary medicine also take advantage of the facilities in this lab for their research activities, such as students from medicine, mathematics and natural science, pharmacy, etc. Excellent programs carried out in this lab include the development of monoclonal antibodies for rabies, avian influenza, Newcastle disease, and fasciola. Our laboratory also performs several other tests such as ELISA and immunohistochemistry. The Laboratory of Biomedical Science mainly served as our molecular biology laboratory. It is equipped with thermocycler machines, laminar airflow, ELISA reader, microcentrifuge. Research conducted in this lab are primarily focused on the field of molecular biology. Research are carried out by students and lecturers from our own Faculty of Veterinary Medicine and other faculties such as medicine, mathematics, and natural science. Excellent research programs carried out in this lab include development of genetic engineering, such as DNA cloning and bioinformatic analysis. The next facility is our veterinary teaching hospital. This is our primary facility in producing professional and competent veterinarians. First, there is a registration room where clients or patients who come will be recorded for their identity and complaints before getting any treatment. There is an emergency room where patients with an emergency status will receive first treatment. The facilities available include stainless steel examination table and emergency medical equipment. In this room, clinical examinations are carried out. If a supporting examinations are needed, laboratory examinations both for clinical pathology, radiology are then carried out. Apart from facilities mentioned, the hospital also has an animal crematorium, which is located just outside the hospital. Animal Health Center, or Poskeswan, and Sobangan Bali Cattle Teaching Farm is a collaborative work between Faculty of Veterinary Medicine, Udayana University, and the local government of Badan Regency through its Agriculture and Food Security Service. The Poskeswan and the Sobangan Teaching Farm have an area of about 7 hectares, which includes office areas, cow sheds, feed processing facilities, and a nursery area for calves. You are now entering the office complex for Animal Health Center, or Poskeswan. It is equipped with laboratory facilities such as microscopes that are used for examining parasite infections or other disease agents. The capacity of the laboratory is about 5 to 7 people. A meeting room with the capacity of about 40 people is also available within the office complex. With the support of veterinary professionals working in the Animal Health Center, our students can learn how to handle reproductive disorders in large animals, especially Bali cattle. They also learn how to handle several cases in pigs and goats because of their close location with the Animal Health Center. In addition, students also learn how to provide livestock health service for several community-owned livestock groups. Biochemistry, physiology, pharmacology, and veterinary pharmacy laboratories serve the education process at the Faculty of Veterinary Medicine. It is a place for lecturer or student research activities in the field that are related to biochemistry, physiology, pharmacology, and pharmacy. Students from their 1st to 8th semester use this laboratory for their practicum activities. The capacity of the laboratory is about 30 to 40 students. Some practicum activities conducted in this lab include biochemistry practicum level 1 and 2, local and general anesthesia, meiotic midriatic practicum, drug biotransformation, toxicology practicum, practicum related to organophosphate insecticide, pharmacy practicum, mixing various forms of medicine, making salves, paste, creams, syrups, and capsules. In addition, services for people with special needs are also provided, such as the availability of wheelchairs and ramps, as well as elevators that give access to every floor in the building.
Selamat datang di Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Udayana Bukit Jimbaran. Yuk kita lihat fasilitasnya. Pada bagian depan terdapat gedung dekanat yang dimana gedung ini merupakan kantornya dekan Fakultas Pertanian. Di tempat ini kalian bisa menemukan bagian akademik, ruang tata usaha, sampai ruang dosen pembimbing akademik kalian. Biasanya, di gedung ini juga kalian sebagai mahasiswa akan mengurus hal yang berbau akademik dari mulai minta tanda tangan, legalisir surat-surat, dan penyerahan berkas. Masuk ke bagian dalam, kalian bisa melihat ada 3 gedung. 2 diantaranya merupakan gedung ruang kuliah, program studi agribisnis, dan arsitektur lanskap. Kampus Fakultas Pertanian Bukit diperuntukkan untuk mahasiswa semester 1-4 dan di setiap ruang kelasnya berkapasitas 35-50 orang mahasiswa, dilengkapi dengan fasilitas belajar yang nyaman seperti AC, meja dan kursi, serta media pembelajaran di dalamnya. Kemudian, pada bagian selatan gedung ini merupakan gedung ruang kuliah program studi agroekoteknologi berlantai 3 dengan fasilitas yang nyaman dan menyenangkan sehingga mahasiswa bisa fokus menerima perkuliahan. Itulah seputar kampus FP Bukit. Kami tunggu kehadiran kalian di kampus coklat tercinta.
Kampus Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Udayana juga terletak di kampus Sudirman dan Pasar, yakni lebih tepatnya di Gedung Agrokomplek Lantai 2. Di gedung ini terdapat 3 sekretariat jurusan program studi yang terdapat di Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Udayana. Yang pertama adalah Sekretariat Jurusan Program Studi Agroekoteknologi, beserta dengan Sekretariat Himpunan Mahasiswa Agroekoteknologi. Yang kedua, Sekretariat Jurusan Program Studi Agribisnis, beserta dengan Sekretariat Himpunan Mahasiswa Agribisnis. Dan yang ketiga, terdapat Sekretariat Jurusan Program Studi Arsitektur Lanskap, beserta dengan Sekretariat Himpunan Mahasiswa Arsitektur Lanskap. Di timur gedung Agrokomplek terdapat Sekretariat Bersama Badan Eksekutif Mahasiswa Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Udayana dan Dewan Perwakilan Mahasiswa Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Udayana.
Selanjutnya, ada kebun percobaan Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Udayana yang terletak di Jalan Sulomoyo nomor 16X Denpasar yang diresmikan pada tanggal 21 September 2015 oleh Rektor Universitas Udayana dan Dekan Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Udayana. Kebun percobaan Fakultas Pertanian juga memiliki rumah kaca yang berfungsi sebagai tempat penelitian tertutup dan melindungi tanaman dari cuaca ekstrim. Kebun percobaan Fakultas Pertanian merupakan tempat untuk melakukan penelitian dan praktikum yang dilakukan baik oleh dosen maupun mahasiswa dan mahasiswi Fakultas Pertanian. Di kebun percobaan Fakultas Pertanian juga terdapat studio arsitektur landscape bagi mahasiswa dan mahasiswi arsitektur landscape. Itulah tadi penjelasan mengenai kampus Bukit Jimbaran, kampus Sudirman, dan kebun percobaan Fakultas Pertanian. Terima kasih.
Boleh tolong dibantu sediakan kursi bapaknya untuk interpreter? Iya. Sudah. Mic-nya cuma ada satu. Nanti mic saya tak kasih. Nanti mic saya tak kasih. Ya. Dua aja, iya. Okay. Is everyone ready? Yeah, okay. Dear participants and also dear speakers, distinguished speakers, now we are going to continue to the second session of this event, of this workshop, because it's already 1 p.m. now. Now we will be having a session 2 consisting of 4 speakers. And also will be moderated once again by Dr. Aan. Ibu Aan, are you ready? Okay. Now we will be having a discussion and also the presentation from our speakers. And if you guys want to ask any questions, so you can ask and you can share your thought as well. And I think we are ready to start this session. And for this time, I will let Dr. Aan to lead the session. Silakan, Ibu.
Thank you, Dika, for introducing me again for this afternoon session. Good afternoon, everyone. Hope you enjoy your lunch. And we are in our second session, afternoon session of our talks. We have 3 speakers here. First one from Professor his expertise lies in Indonesian literature, culture, and tourism. And the second presenter in the middle is Professor Swambe. His expertise in subak agriculture, Balinese subak agriculture. And the last speaker is Professor Wayan Widya, and his expertise in Balinese customary law. So we will start our talk with from Sudarmo. Sudah siap? Oh. Probably we will start from Professor Swambe first because we still preparing for the materials of presentation. And okay, we change again. So the first speaker will be Professor Mahadik Widya, and he will presenting subaks in Bali with their problems. So we have, you will be presenting about less or more 30 minutes. Okay. Okay, in Balinese, so we have translator here to give more explanation about his presentation. So Professor India, time is yours. I miss your professor.
Thank you very much. Terima kasih. Om Swastiastu. Terima kasih. Saya akan presentasi informasi ini dalam bahasa Indonesia. Nah, Budi bantu menerjemahkan. Yes. Silakan. Judulnya Subak di Bali dan permasalahannya.
Thank you. So today I would like to present my presentation in Bahasa Indonesia. So please allow me to facilitate the interpreting session. So the title for the presentation is Subak in Bali and some of its problems.
Nah, saya kira peserta belum banyak yang tahu subak itu seperti apa wajahnya. Karena itu, pertama saya munculkan gambar pemandangan subak. Silakan. Nah, inilah contoh gambar subak. Subak itu organisasi, semacam organisasi pengairan sawah untuk di tempat lain. Organisasi pengairan di bidang persawahan untuk di Bali disebut subak. Wajahnya foto subak itu seperti yang di slide itu. Silakan Bu.
I think not all of you understand what subak is. So the picture can figure out perhaps what we gonna talk today, that is about subak. And today,
bisa ditampilkan gambar yang kedua.
The next picture.
Nah, subak di Bali bukan hanya terkenal di kalangan petani Bali, tetapi sudah diakui UNESCO sebagai warisan budaya dunia. Ini beritanya. Udah, itu saja.
Subak is not only recognized or practiced by the farmers in Bali, but since a few years ago, if I'm not mistaken, in 2012, may I add information, Professor? The UNESCO has officially recognized Subak as the World Cultural Heritage.
Subak di Bali bukan baru adanya, tetapi sudah berabad-abad. Nah, pada zaman Belanda itu diistilahkan sebagai masyarakat hukum adat atau masyarakat adat oleh pemerintah kolonial Belanda, disebut sebagai masyarakat hukum adat atau masyarakat adat.
Thank you. Subak is not something new. It has already been exist for centuries. And during the Dutch East Indies, so that's the Dutch colonization era, Subak called as that's called the legal association and also customary law association.
Nah, saya peneliti hukum adat Bali dari Fakultas Hukum Universitas Udayana. Oleh karena itu, saya akan membahas subak lebih banyak dari aspek hukumnya. Nah, aspek yang lain, sosial, ekonomi, pertanian, itu bisa nanti disajikan oleh Prof. Suwono. Saya tidak berani masuk ke wilayah ini. Silakan.
Thank you. Since I am a professor of Balinese adat law, so Bali's customary law at the Faculty of Law of Udayana University, then the presentation today will be presented from the legal perspective. Because the other perspective, for example, from the social, economic, and also agricultural perspectives will be presented by other speakers.
Nah, bagaimana keberadaan Subak dalam peraturan perundang-undangan di negara Indonesia. Itu kita akan mulai dari sana penjelasan.
So allow me to start the presentations by explaining the legal frameworks for Subak that stipulated in various legal provisions.
Negara Indonesia mengakui keberadaan Subak sebagai masyarakat hukum adat di samping desa adat. Jadi pemerintah Indonesia atau negara Indonesia mengakui untuk di Bali ada 2 masyarakat hukum adat yang diakui, satu namanya desa adat dan yang kedua namanya Subak. Nah, tetapi saya tidak akan menjelaskan tentang desa adatnya. Kali ini khusus menjelaskan tentang Subak. Lain kali kalau peserta datang ke sini lagi atau ke Fakultas Hukum atau ke rumah saya, bisa saja ada penjelasan yang lain. Silakan.
So the state has officially recognized 2 types of customary law communities, especially those exist in Bali. The first one is what's so called as desa adat, it is the customary village, and the second one is the Subak itself. And today I will only focus on the Subak issues. Perhaps if you visit the law faculties next time, he will be generously explain about the customary village.
Kembali ke pertanyaan, bagaimana negara Indonesia melihat Subak itu? Subak diakui keberadaannya oleh negara Indonesia terbukti dari ketentuan dalam konstitusi atau Undang-Undang Dasar Negara Republik Indonesia seperti tertuang dalam pasal 18B ayat 2.
Allow me to little bit back to the previous issue. So the question will be how the state of Indonesia views Subak. In this regards, I would like to introduce you the constitutional provisions, that is the 1945 Constitution of the Republic of Indonesia. According to the Professor Windy, it says that according to the Article 18B, paragraph 2, may I read it, Professor? Yeah. So according to the Article 18B, paragraph 2, it says that the state recognizes and respects customary law community units and their traditional rights as long as they are still alive and in accordance with the development of society and the principles of unitary state of the Republic of Indonesia as regulated by law.
Ketentuan tentang pengakuan keberadaan Subak selain dapat dilihat dari pasal 18B ayat 2, juga dapat diketahui dari pasal 28I nomor 3 dan pasal 32 Undang-Undang Dasar Negara Republik Indonesia.
Beside Article 18 that I have just mentioned a few seconds ago, there are 2 constitutional provisions that regulating the issue of Subak. The first one is the Article 28E A, paragraph 3, holds that the cultural identity and the rights of traditional communities are respected in line with the development of the times and civilizations. The next one is the Article 32, in particular in paragraph 1. It holds that the state advances Indonesian national culture, admits world civilizations by guaranteeing the freedom of communities to maintain and develop their cultural values.
Jadi itulah pasal-pasal dalam Konstitusi Indonesia yang mengakui dan menghormati keberadaan Subak. Tetapi bagaimana pengakuan itu mesti dijalankan, bagaimana penghormatan terhadap Subak harus diwujudkan, itu yang sampai sekarang tidak jelas atau belum jelas karena belum ada undang-undang organik tentang itu.
Yeah, just a few minutes ago, we explained that the constitutional provisions provide the very clear rules at the national level on Subak. However, the next issue is that there is still a question regarding how the recognition and the respect of Subak in the context of the implementing rules. Because the implementing rules that's sourced from the constitutional law still not clear.
Inilah perbedaan pengakuan negara terhadap Subak dengan pengakuan negara terhadap keanekaragaman budaya yang ada di Indonesia.
So it indicates the different regulations on how the state regulating on the one side is Subak and on the other hand the cultural diversity in Indonesia.
Keanekaragaman budaya di Indonesia diakui oleh negara dan langsung bisa diimplementasikan pengakuan itu karena sudah ada undang-undangnya. Undang-undang tentang pemajuan kebudayaan yang berlaku di seluruh Indonesia dan perda tentang penguatan kebudayaan Bali yang ada di Provinsi Bali. Ketentuan seperti ini belum ada untuk Subak.
Okay, this is quite long. Perhaps in essence, with regards to the issue of cultural cultural diversity, the state of Indonesia has enacted the law concerning advancement of culture, kemajuan kebudayaan. Yang terakhir mau jelas di peraturan daerah, perda nomor
peraturan daerah.
Yang di peraturan daerah sudah
ada di peraturan di undang-undang ada di peraturan daerah.
That also applies in the context of the regional regulations because there has already been exist the regional regulations concerning the cultural diversities at the provincial level of Bali.
Jadi selain ada undang-undangnya, kalau di sini disebut undang-undang organik namanya, juga ada Kementerian Kebudayaan di tingkat pusat dan ada Dinas Kebudayaan di tingkat Provinsi Bali.
So we've just talked about the legal instrument, but now I would like to introduce the agencies responsible for the culture. At the national level, the Indonesian government established the National Ministry responsible for cultural affairs, so Ministry for Culture. And at the provincial level, at the regional level, there is the office responsible for the cultural affairs as well.
Sementara menyangkut Subak dan desa adat, satu tidak ada undang-undangnya, yang kedua juga tidak ada departemen yang mengurusnya di tingkat pusat.
Unfortunately, there is no ministry at the national level responsible specifically to handle the issue of Subak and customary village.
Pertanyaan selanjutnya, bagaimana halnya dengan di Provinsi Bali? Silakan.
The next question is how about the situation at the level of the Bali province?
Kami merasa beruntung untuk Provinsi Bali karena walaupun belum ada undang-undang di tingkat nasional yang menegaskan tentang Subak, keberadaan Subak, tetapi ini tercover di Provinsi Bali, termasuk dalam hubungannya dengan desa adat. Di Bali ada perda tentang Subak, Juga ada perda tentang desa adat, walaupun agak jomplang. Gimana ini jomplang? Undang-Undang Dasar 45 dulu, seharusnya ada undang-undang, baru ada perda. Di Bali ada Undang-Undang Dasar 45, undang-undang tidak ada, langsung ke perda. Di tempat lain lebih kacau lagi. Nah.
Okay. It is fortunate for the Bali region because the regional government of Bali has already enacted regional regulations on Subak and also regional regulations concerning customary village. So that's clear. However, in terms of the hierarchy of law, it is quite silly because normally the national law, the constitution should be implemented by the law. Law is the act, and maybe the further implementing regulation at the national level. But this is very unique because Subak is regulated. Yes, Subak is guaranteed by the constitutional provision. However, while there is no specific law regulating that, at the provincial level, it's just directly regulated by the regional government.
Keuntungan yang kedua bagi Provinsi Bali, tahun 2023 ini, Subak dan desa adat diakui berdasarkan Undang-Undang Nomor 15 tahun 2023 tentang Provinsi Bali.
So it is very fortunate for Bali. So 2 years ago, in 2023, the national, so the House of Representatives and the President jointly enacted the law of the Republic of Indonesia number 15 of 2023 concerning the province of Bali. So the law on the province of Bali cover the issue of both Subak and customary village.
Nah, maka sekarang tugas pemerintah Provinsi Bali adalah menyesuaikan perda tentang Subak yang pertama, perda tentang desa adat yang kedua, dengan Undang-Undang Nomor 15 tahun 2023. Perda Subak itu tahun 2012, Perda Desa Adat itu tahun 2019, lalu tahun 2023 baru ada undang-undangnya khusus untuk Bali. Jadi tugas pemerintah Provinsi Bali menyesuaikan aturan yang sudah ada sebelumnya dengan undang-undang yang baru ini.
As a legal consequence, so it entails that once the law at the national level is established, so the law number 15 2023 concerning the province of Bali exists, and the next issue is that the regional government of Bali has a duty to adjust or to modify the existing regional regulation. So there are two regional regulations that need to be adjusted. The first one is that the Bali Provincial, the Bali Province Regulation number 9 2012 concerning Subak, and Bali Provincial Regulations number 9 2019 concerning customary village.
Ya. Lalu akibat kerancuan peraturan perundang-undangan ini, jadi konstitusi mengakui undang-undangnya tidak jelas, ada perda di Provinsi Bali, tetapi masih harus disesuaikan lagi dengan ketentuan yang baru. Muncullah berbagai permasalahan dalam hubungannya dengan eksistensi Subak di Bali.
Such a confusing. So there is a confusing in the context of the law, as we informed you few minutes ago. So the next issue is that
ada masalah yang macam-macam. Ya, jadi karena ada kerancuan, menimbulkan dengan aturan perundang-undangan, menimbulkan berbagai masalah dalam hubungannya dengan Subak. Masalahnya itu nanti dimunculkan dalam bentuk.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry. So the such confusing in the context of the legal framework, yeah, bring the issue on the subak itself, and it will be presented in the next slide.
Ya. Nah, masalah apa yang dihadapi oleh subak yang diakibatkan oleh kerancuan peraturan perundang-undangannya? Salah satunya alih fungsi lahan yang tak terbendung.
One of the legal confusion, one of the consequence by such a legal confusion is that the land conversion.
Saya minta panitia untuk munculkan gambar-gambar supaya saya tidak menjelaskan lagi karena sudah capek juga ngomong segitu ya.
The committee please to present the picture too.
Bisa gambar-gambar terakhir.
Gambar-gambar terakhir.
Gambar terakhir. Slide terakhir. Nah, kira-kira slide nomor. Nah ini dah. Ada di atas ini ada? Di atas ini. Slide sebelum. Ya, terus lihat. Ini. Ini antara lain masalahnya seperti ini supaya dijelaskan oleh Budi. Judulnya saja.
So every year some 1,568 hectares of the agricultural land disappear. I mean because of the land conversion.
Slide berikutnya. Ini suasana kacau di Ceking, Tegalala. Bangunan yang agak kacau.
This is the situation in one village. The village name is Ceking in the Tegalalang district in Gianyar.
Terus slide berikutnya.
Next slide. Please.
Ini apa ini? Warga robokan minta pembongkaran ditunda. Jadi sebenarnya selain kerancuan peraturan juga sikap mental masyarakatnya belum siap untuk diajak menata kehidupan subak yang lebih baik. Itu saja. Terima kasih.
That's all. So this is not only about the confusing in the context of law, but also with regard to the issue of the behavior of the society. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you for your talk, Professor Windia, and we will continue to our next speaker, Professor Swamba. Please take it.
Thank you, Mr. Sermoni. Time for me. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Om Swastiastu. Okay. I am Mr. Swamba as a leader of Unit Subak at Udayana University. Because in Udayana University, there are constitution of Subak, of Subak system, that's named Unit Subak. I will explain the Subak about activity of Subak. But first I will explain the definition of Subak, and then activity of Subak, and then problem. Problem and what's the kebijakan? Policy. And policy of in Subak system. Because my English is not good of English, so I will maybe translator bagus, maybe it can. I hope to translator because my English is not good. In Subak system, Definisinya adalah berdasarkan Perda, because Mr. Windye explained the law of Subak. Subak sendiri sudah ada perdanya, bahkan sejak tahun 1972 sudah ada perda tentang Subak. Dari sanalah didefinisikan apa itu Subak. Ya. Jadi seperti penjelasan adalah masyarakat hukum adat yang memiliki karakteristik sosio-agraris religius yang merupakan perkumpulan petani yang mengelola air irigasi di ya. Silakan Bang Ali translate.
Thank you. For a few decades ago, Subak has been regulated by the regional regulations. Once is that the Bali Provincial Regulations number 2 in 1970, which defines Subak as a customary law community that has a socio-agrarian religious characteristics, which is a farmer association that manage irrigation water in rice field.
Dan selanjutnya perda terakhir tentang Subak, yaitu adalah Perda Provinsi Bali nomor 9 tahun 2012 tentang Subak. Jadi pada prinsipnya adalah hampir sama, karena di dalamnya menyangkut gitu ya, tentang masyarakat hukum adat yang bersifat sosial, agraris, dan religius.
The current or the existing provincial regulations on Subak is the Bali Provincial Regulation number 9 of 2012. Basically, the issues covered or issue regulating in this regulations is similar with the previous one. It also cover the issue of the social culture.
Yeah, jika disimpulkan dari definisi tadi memang ada penekanan tentang masyarakat hukum adat. Ya, jika disimpulkan. Dan yang kedua adalah ada petani yang menggarap sawah. Ada lahan sawah sendiri dan ada air sebagai sumber irigasi.
I think that's the summary or the concluding for that. The first one, it emphasized the issue of the customary law community. Number 2, there is the farmers, and number 3 is there is the water from one source.
Kenapa disebut masyarakat hukum adat? Ya, karena memang dalam aktivitas Subak banyak melaksanakan kegiatan-kegiatan adat, ya, dan di dalamnya termasuk juga budaya. Sehingga dia disebut masyarakat hukum adat.
Why it is called as the customary law community? Because the activities of Subak include the activities with regard to the custom or tradition and also the culture.
Ya, di samping kegiatan memang dalam usaha tani. Seperti makanya disebut dengan sosio-agraris. Ya. Sosionya adalah tentang penggunaan tenaga kerja, ada interaksi sosial di dalamnya, karena ada gotong royong. Nah, dan agrarisnya adalah teknologi tentang pertanian, dan religiusnya adalah di setiap tingkatan kegiatan usaha tani pasti ada aktivitas ritualnya atau upacara keagamaan. Penekanannya adalah ya tadi sosio itu adalah gotong royong. Agrarisnya adalah tentang teknologi pertanian. Religiusnya adalah karena setiap aktivitas ya, dalam usaha tani, dalam pertanian selalu diawali dengan kegiatan upacara.
So there are 3 aspects. The first one is the social aspect. In Indonesia, it is called as gotong royong. So like a mutual cooperation. Thank you, Professor. And with regard to the agrarian aspects, this is regarding the farming technology or agricultural technology. And the third aspect is the religious aspect. simply it can be explained like this. Once the farmers start their business farming, or their daily activities in farming, they will start with the ritual according to the Balinese Hindu.
Ya, Hindus. Ya.
According to the Hindu.
Ritual activity, Hindus. Ya.
Thank you.
Nah, itu tentang subak. Dan dalam organisasi subak, jadi juga dia bisa membentuk wadah koordinasi antar beberapa subak dalam satu sumber air, dalam satu bendung. Nah, itu yang disebut dengan subak gede. Jadi wadah koordinasi antar subak dalam satu bendung.
So there is the subak also covers the issue of the organization.
Organization, yeah.
Even the water source come from the one, but the subak society, subak community, they use the waters, one waters, and organize in what's called as a subak gede.
Subak gede. Dan juga ada subak agung kalau dia mengkoordinasikan subak-subak yang mendapat air dalam satu sungai. Ada beberapa bendung dalam satu sungai membentuk wadah koordinasi, itu disebut subak agung.
Term subak agung is more advanced. So in one river, if there are several subak gede, then it will be organized by the organization called subak agung.
Jadi tujuannya wadah koordinasinya adalah mengatasi berbagai problem, permasalahan, terutama menyangkut air dan juga mengkoordinasikan untuk melakukan ritual activity, kegiatan upacara.
So the primary aims of the establishment of, let's say, the subak agung is to as a problem solver for issues related to the first the water issues, and number two is issues regarding with the rituals. Ritual
activity. Ya. Mungkin bisa ditunjukkan gambar yang ini. Ya. Jadi kalau dia misalnya yang pertama, gambar pertama di atas itu adalah satu subak. Ya. Yang kedua itu adalah satu sumber air untuk beberapa subak. Ya, dia membentuk wadah koordinasi, nah itulah disebut subak gede. Ya.
Izin bro, subak gedenya yang B1, B2, B3.
Iya, yang B1, B2, B3.
So as you can see, the subak B1, B2, and B3, that is subak gede.
Ya. Dia satu sumber air kan? Ya, sumber air di sungai itu kan ada bendung. Nah, sekarang antara A dan yang B semua itu membentuk wadah koordinasi dalam satu sungai. Ya, satu sungai. Nah, itulah disebut subak agung. Ya.
So, thank you. Subak agung will organize between subak A and subak B1, B2, and B3. So that's the subak agung.
Ya, tujuannya adalah kalau terjadi air yang kecil di satu sungai, ya, airnya menurun pada musim kering, jadi bisa melakukan koordinasi untuk saling pinjam air, ya, antara bendung yang ada di subak A dan bendung yang ada di subak B tadi. Ya.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So for example, in the case of there is a problem with regard to water discharge. So for example, during the dry season, it can be a problem. For example, in subak A, the water discharge is quite low, but the surplus of water provided in B1, B2, and B3, they can support each other.
Ya. Itu kalau saling pinjam dalam subak agung. Kalau dalam subak gede, ya, antara B1, B2, dan B3 juga bisa saling pinjam. Ada wadah koordinasi. Ya. Artinya inilah local genius, kearifan lokal. Ya. Yang menyebabkan tidak terjadinya konflik penggunaan air. Ya. Sehingga penggunaan air itu sangat efisien, gitu ya, dan tidak memunculkan konflik. Dan ini yang paling istimewa yang terjadi di seluruh Indonesia tentang pembagian air irigasi. Ya, inilah istimewanya subak dalam sistem pembagian air. Ya.
That's not also applies in the context of Subak Agung. So for example, there is also an issue with regard to the water discharge at the between B1, B2, and B3. They can solve each other as well. So it reflects the local genius because it serves to deal with number one, efficiency in the using of water, and number two, it prevent the conflict, yeah, among the, let's say, members of the society. So this is the uniqueness and also the speciality of the Subak that maybe only one in Indonesia, only in Bali. Please.
Inilah istimewanya local genius Subak itu untuk air irigasi, untuk pembagian irigasi. Ya. Sehingga secara umum tidak terjadi konflik yang besar tentang air. Karena air juga dipergunakan bukan hanya untuk pertanian, kan juga untuk industri. Ya. Jadi dengan efisien seperti ini, sistem pembagian seperti ini, dari kebutuhan air katakanlah 100%, 100 liter per detik, dengan sistem pengaturan seperti ini saling pinjam antar subak, di dalam subak sendiri, diberikan air hanya 40% saja sudah bisa mencukupi dari kebutuhan secara matematis. Ya, inilah istimewanya.
So what is the specialty of the such local genius? Everyone should understand that the water management is not only focusing on the water irrigations only, but also to support the industry. So when the Subak organization can prevent the conflict, this is the local genius or specialty. So for example, if suppose that from mathematics, if there is the water 100%, yeah, that's good. However, in the case of, for example, of the water, water management, yeah. So for example, they can borrow each other, even 40% from the water supply, they can still survive and continue their business.
Hanya diberikan 40% saja dari kebutuhan yang sebenarnya, dengan adanya sistem pengatur ini itu sudah bisa mencukupi akhirnya. Jadi seperti itulah istimewanya. Ya, sistem Subak untuk irigasi.
That's the specialty.
Nah, ini gambar-gambar berikutnya Pak. Ya. Gambar-gambar ini. Jadi inilah yang memungkinkan, karena kondisi kontur topografi Bali itu adalah miring dan terasering seperti ini, ya, sehingga air yang sudah dipergunakan oleh Subak A, misalnya, dia akan jatuh di saluran pembuangan, tertampung di saluran pembuangan, ditutup lagi untuk bisa dipergunakan oleh Subak berikutnya di bawahnya, karena kondisinya yang miring. Jadi di sana lagi letak efisiensinya. Artinya sumber air itu tidak hanya dimanfaatkan sekali oleh satu subak, jadi air yang terbuang dimanfaatkan lagi oleh subak yang berikutnya. Sehingga di Bali justru subak yang paling di belakang, ya, biasanya yang berlebihan air. Karena air yang sudah digunakan ditampung oleh saluran karena topografi yang mereng dan dipergunakan oleh yang berikutnya. Ya, jadi seperti itu. Itulah istimewanya lagi tentang sistem irigasi yang ada di Bali.
Thank you. So everyone, we can see from the picture that show how the rice field complex managed by Subak. It can be seen in the sloping topography of the land. It can be illustrated like this. So this is about the efficiency use of water. The first water flow will go to the higher or upper level of the terrace, and once they finish use that, it will be continued to the lower level, so the next Subak. This is the case that's very unique. The lowest level or the end of the Subak will enjoy the benefit of the surplus of water because they get water from the various sources. Yeah. From other Subak.
Itu mesti sih. Sehingga dengan kondisi seperti ini, nah, sangat jarang terjadi konflik, ya. Konflik air, gitu ya. Baik antar pemakai dari industri dan sebagainya, termasuk juga antar subak itu sendiri. Dan juga antar anggota di dalam satu subak. Jadi dengan sistem seperti ini. Inilah yang memang sangat diakui istimewa ya, oleh Indonesia.
Even the government of Indonesia admit that the Suba is very special, very unique, because factually in practice there are very rare case, very small number of case or conflict with regards to the water management. Very less issues about between the user, that is the industry, for example, less issues or conflict amongst the Suba organization, and less issues with regards to members of the Suba.
Oke, jadi itulah keunikan dalam sistem distribusi air atau pembagian air. Jadi yang keunikan lainnya adalah Subak itu selalu dengan konsep Trihita Karana. Jadi ada unsur pahyangan, ketuhanan, pawongan antar sesama manusia, dan palemahan. Jadi dengan lingkungan. Ya. Jadi di sini lagi istimewa, dan ini yang diakui sebagai warisan budaya dunia. Implementasi daripada Trihita Karana.
This is, we talk about philosophical issues. What UNESCO recognized as the world cultural heritage is that the Suba itself, it is the manifestations of the philosophy of Trihita Karana. So there are three elements.
Three elements yeah.
Of the or aspect of the three aspect of the Trihita Karana philosophy. Number one is parahyangan. This is the relations between human and the god. The second one is pawongan, the relations among the human being. And number three is palemahan. So palemahan refers to the relation, the good and harmonious relation between human being and the environment.
Environmental. Ya. Jadi setiap kegiatan yang disampaikan tadi, misalnya dalam pembagian air, jadi pasti ada unsur ketuhanannya. Jadi di setiap bangunan irigasi pasti ada puranya. Ya. Pasti ada puranya. Kenapa? Karena dengan adanya pura, orang tidak akan berani sembarangan menutup air orang lain. Ya. Jadi seolah-olah sudah ada penjaga. Ya, penjaga yang diyakini sehingga dia tidak berani melakukan pelanggaran. Ya. Dengan adanya parhyangan yang dianggap sebagai penjaga untuk unsur fisikis gitu ya. Unsur religius.
This is again the uniqueness. Suba reflects the religious aspect. It can be very easily to find out that there are small temples in several Suba area, and the local people believes that that is the guardian of the water management. So the local people, they will not do bad behavior, for example, to block someone else's water flow like that, because they believe there is the protection, there is the guardian of the water management, that is the Gadita.
Jadi unsur pawongan tentunya kalau dia sudah melakukan koordinasi baru dia berani menutup dan sebagainya. Ya.
Yeah. To manage, let's say to block or to divide the water flows, they will coordinate among the members of the Suba. Yeah. So this is the second aspect called pawongan. So the harmonious relation between human beings.
Yeah. Dan yang ketiga ya pelemahan. Pelemahan itu kan adanya bangunan bagi di setiap jenjang dari yang primer, dari yang sekunder, dari saluran bangunan bagi tersier, termasuk bangunan bagi yang masuk ke satu lahan sawah. Jadi sudah ada bangunan-bangunan baginya yang ditentukan secara proporsional sesuai dengan luas lahan yang dia miliki.
Bangunan bagi ini kan maksudnya apa? Berarti semacam tools nih to divide the water. sorry, perhaps I will not use the proper terms. Mohon izin bentar. Bapak Ibu yang dari pertanian ada bisa bantu bangunan bagi ini, itu apa terjemahannya? Bangunan bagi. Ada. Kalau tidak izin saya pakai sementara gini ya. Mohon izin. So there are some construction. Niki ya.
Iya.
Okay.
Primer ini primer.
This is primer. So the water can be managed.
Yeah.
The flow of the water will be divided. This is called as the bangunan bagi, something like the constructions or the tools, yeah.
Yeah.
Or divider constructions, yeah, to manage the flow of the water. It can be, for example, primary, secondary, tertiary, and one structure that directly flows to the area of the agricultural land. One farmer's area. Thank you.
Nah, contoh yang berikutnya, diklik berikut di bawahnya.
Next slide.
Nah ini antar kelompok petani ya. Jadi ada yang beberapa yang lurus, mungkin beberapa orang petani, yang sebelahnya mungkin sudah ke satu orang petani. Jadi dia dibuat proporsional. Ya.
Jadi ada.
Ya. Tergantung jumlah yang menggunakan, misalnya ini 70 orang, ini 5 orang, ini 10 orang, akan dibuatlah perbandingan 70, 5, 10 gitu ya. Gitu ya. Nah, proporsional.
So the divider constructions will be set based on the proportionality principle. So for example, if there are area comprising of the 70 agricultural areas, for example, then the water will be divided to support this, fulfill the needs of the 70 farmers. If only 5 farmer, for example, the flow may be smaller than the other.
Yang di bawahnya yang lanjut gambar berikutnya. Nah inilah yang tradisional tuh gitu ya. Ya, yang tadi adalah yang dengan sudah permanen. Nah ini yang tradisional. Ya.
Thank you.
Yang tradisional, pembagiannya sama, proporsional.
Yeah, this is the traditional means of dividing the water, because the previous picture that used the cement, yeah, the concrete, quite modern. But in principles similar, proportionality principles.
Proporsionality. Nah, berikutnya ya, mungkin ini yang sudah ke individu ya. Berikut gambar berikut. Ya, ini sudah ke individu petani. Ya. Nah, di sini saya jelaskan terkait dengan haknya dia mendapat satu bagian air. Jadi kaitannya dengan kewajiban dia. Jadi kalau dia dapat satu bagian air, kewajiban juga satu bagian. Kalau dia dapat 2 bagian air, kewajibannya 2 bagian air. Nah inilah lagi uniknya. Jadi keseimbangan antara hak dan kewajiban. Jadi kewajiban untuk bergotong royong, kewajiban untuk iuran. Jadi dia harus satu bagian iuran. Kalau dia menggunakan 2 bagian, dia 2 bagian iurannya harus dia keluar.
This is again the uniqueness of Suba. The Suba applies the principle of balance of rights and obligation. If one farmer enjoy 1 slot of water, then he or she has only 1 obligation. If they, for example, enjoy a 5 slot, and they will be imposed 5 obligation. So balance of rights and obligation. And what are the obligation, for example? This obligation with regard to the contribution, money contribution, for example, and also for the gotong royong, that is the mutual cooperative or mutual cooperative.
Mutual cooperative dalam hal perbaikan saluran irigasi, dan juga untuk upacara keagamaan, ya. Jadi perlu gotong royong. Ya. Dia mengeluarkan sesuai dengan berapa yang dia dapatkan, ya, seimbang.
Yeah. So the gotong royong or the contribution can be in the context of if there is the issue of irrigation channel repairment, then that's the contribution.
Gambar berikut.
The next picture.
The next picture. Nah ini sebagai bukti lagi. Jadi ada sanggah, ada ya. Jadi dengan adanya itu orang tidak akan berani melakukan penutupan terhadap sawah orang lain gitu ya, terhadap pembagian air orang lain gitu.
This is also the example, very clear picture that this is the water irrigation and that one is the small temple, the guardian of the water management, the symbol of God on that building covered by the white.
Jadi dengan begitu tidak akan terjadi konflik, tidak berani mencuri dan lain sebagainya. Ya.
So it prevents the conflict because the members of the Subak will think twice or three times to, let's say, stealing the water from others.
Klik berikut, gambar. Jadi ini salah satu fasilitas irigasi juga untuk mengurangi masuknya pestisida gitu ya, bahan-bahan yang berbahaya. Jadi diendapkan di sana, baru akhirnya masuk ke persawahan. Ya. Ini dah implementasi daripada lingkungan. Jadi kecintaan terhadap lingkungan. Ya.
Izin sampun wenten tulisannya aman.
Oh iya.
Ya. I think that's organic.
Ya, organik. Berikutnya, gambar berikutnya ini ada sarana irigasi dalam bentuk talang. Talang yang menyeberang ya, menyeberang jembatan. Jembatan penyeberang untuk air. Ya. Ini salah satu fasilitas irigasi.
This is also the facility of irrigation. So the building of a pedestrian bridge, it's quite dangerous actually. Berbahaya untuk wisatawan, Pak. Aman.
Aman.
Aman. So it's safe. It's safe for the tourists.
Jadi kalau ke lapangan nanti mau ke tempat ini juga bisa. Silakan.
During the field study, perhaps you will experience that kind of the bridge, the pedestrian bridge provided by the water irrigation.
Ya, dan juga ada berikutnya ada terowongan. Ini fasilitas irigasi. Dan uniknya, nah unik lagi, jadi kalau dulu orang membuat terowongan, jadi tanpa menggunakan teknologi apapun, tapi dia bisa menentukan akan tembus di mana. Ya.
This is the uniqueness. In the past, if they would like to make a channel, water channel, betul Pak ya, channel ya? Terowongan ya?
Terowongan.
Tunnel. Even they don't understand the, let's say, the advanced technology, but they knows where the directions to go. That's the very uniqueness, the local genius.
Local genius. Dan uniknya lagi dari dua sisi dia. Iya, from two side. From two side ketemu di tengah.
And they will meet. Okay, so for example, between Professor Swambe and me, I will start from the make a tunnel from the south and Professor Swambe from the north. And then we will meet.
Center field. Ketemu. Ya. Very unique. Dan itu nyata di Bali. Dan memang sudah diterapkan, dilaksanakan. Ya.
That's real in Bali. That's real in Bali. It has already been implemented for centuries.
Oke. Jadi itu problemnya tentunya dalam air ini adalah problemnya adalah tentang air semakin berkurang, ya, tetapi sudah ada kebijakan tadi. Jadi dengan saling 40% saja disediakan sudah bisa mencukupi. Ya, menghindari terjadinya konflik antar subak sudah ada wadah koordinasi, subak gede, subak agung. Ya, jadi seperti itulah problem dan cara mengatasi. Sudah dijelaskan tadi. Mungkin bisa ditambahkan penekanan saja.
So even if there is the case of the water discharge decreases, it can be solved. For example, by 40% water supply that can still support the run of the farming business. So everything has been explained. The problem solving, yeah. Okay.
Ya,
jadi.
Ya, problem solving, ya, konflik tidak konflik, ya itu tentang air. Nah, masalah lainnya di pelemahan. Ya juga adanya ya kerusakan jaringan, adanya pendangkalan, termasuk yang paling susah diatasi adalah tentang limbah. Ya, limbah. Jadi ini adalah problem global dan ini juga yang terjadi pada Subak. Karena banyak masyarakat ada tempat saluran irigasi dianggap sebagai tempat pembuangan sampah. Ya. Dia berjalan, dia bawa tas plastik, kresek gitu ya, airnya ketemu dia saluran irigasi di sana dibuang sampah itu. Ya. Nah inilah. Jadi ya silakan.
Yeah. This is about the human behavior. Even they knows that this is, for example, this is the water irrigation. However, they will think, this is good to dispose for the waste. So this is the problem with regard to the palemahan or environmental issue.
Ya, cara mengatasinya sudah dibuatkan namanya tempat pengolahan sampah, TPS 3R. Ya.
Okay.
Ya,
And
sudah.
the government has already created what's so called as the waste processing facility.
Processing facility. Nah, berikutnya pengaturan pola tanam, jadi sudah dilakukan karena tujuannya adalah untuk meningkatkan intensitas tanam dan selalu dilakukan dengan musyawarah mufakat.
Pengaturan pola tanam.
Ya, pengaturan pola tanam. Untuk meningkatkan intensitas tanam yang dulunya mungkin hanya sekali dalam setahun nanam padi, dengan pengaturan pola tanam bisa 2 kali padi, 1 kali pelajaran. Ya.
Bisa kalau dulu 2 kali, mungkin 3 kali.
Ya bisa 3 kali.
So there is the planting patterns. If in the past in Bali, normally the local farmers will they will plant rice twice a year. Nowadays they can do that even 3 times a year. So the planting pattern will be rice.
Dan semua itu diputuskan pasti dalam musyawarah. Jadi dimusyawarahkan dulu. Ya.
Yep. The planting patterns will be jointly decided during the meeting of the Subak organization, called musyawarah.
Karena ada keunikan. Keunikan adalah untuk usaha tani dari pengolahan tanah, menanam, dan seterusnya ada ketentuan hari-hari baik. Makanya dimusyawarahkan dulu. Hari ini adalah hari baik, jangan melakukan di hari lain gitu ya. Ya, jadi ada semacam kitab, gitu ya, kitab suci gitu ya, yang bisa dipergunakan untuk ya sebagai pedoman menentukan hari-hari baik dalam pelaksanaan usaha tani.
Kalender Bali.
Ya, kalender Bali dan juga ada namanya Dharma Pemacula. Ya. Kalender Bali itu dia mengambil dari Dharma Pemacula. Ya. Kitab suci lah.
This is again the uniqueness. In Bali, maybe for centuries, there is the what's so called as the Holy Book, ya, Holy Book Dharma Pemaculan. So Holy Book of the Dharma Pemaculan, it comprises of when the good time to perform specific activities of farming. So for example, when the good day, the best day to plant, when the best day to harvesting. So that's why, so nowadays, this Kitab Dharma Pemaculan has been incorporated into the Balinese lunar calendar. So it's quite easier, not just reading the Holy Book again. And so when the meeting discuss about the planting patterns, the meeting will look at this local genius the best day to decide when the best time to, let's say, to start planting, for example.
Dan harus disertai dengan upacara.
And everyone will not forget, every step will be completed by ceremony.
Dan, ya, dari tanam sampai panen, sampai disimpan di lumbung 20 kali upacara. Ya.
20 times.
20.
Can you imagine, guys? Start from planting until harvesting and storage. There are approximately 20 times of ceremony. From planting, harvesting, and storage. Full of ceremony.
Ya. Oke, nah nanti saya jelaskan tentang pengelolaan sumber daya gitu ya. Jadi itulah gotong royong sudah tadi disebutkan. Nah inilah upacara keagamaan, mungkin bisa dilanjutkan. Gambarnya adalah upacara keagamaan yang saya sebut 20 kali tadi. Ke bawah terus ya. Terus nah, religious activity ya. Yang pertama kalau kita urut dari sumber, yang pertama di danau. Ya. Ya. Di danau yang di sini saya gambarkan adalah di Danau Beratan. Jadi untuk sumber air yang di Bali bagian tengah. Di sini ada upacara ya yang dilakukan bisa 6 bulan sekali dan kadang-kadang juga setahun sekali. Setahun atau 6 bulan sekali. Ya, tergantung juga anggota. Ya.
Di sini dimulainya upacaranya.
Ya.
So the first big ceremony of let's say it starting the farming period is in this temple. This temple on Beratan Lake in Tabanan Regency. This is the water source of the Central Bali.
Ya, sentral. Untuk Bali Tengah.
Ya, for Central Bali.
Ya. Oh ya, Central Bali.
Yeah.
Nah, yang gambar berikutnya ini adalah untuk upacara yang di atas bangunan bagi primer.
Lanjut slide.
Lanjut ya. Ada ke atas tadi. Nah, ini saluran primer. Klik ke atas. Nah, ada ke atas. Nah, ada pura di sini. Di atas bangun primer tadi. Ya. Ini juga untuk pura Subak. Ya, pura Subak Gede.
This is temple of the Subak Gede for the primary construction.
Ya, primary. Berikutnya adalah di tingkat Subak. Berikut. Ya, upacara tingkat Subak. Ya, pura Subak. Terus berikut. Nah, Subak. Ini upacara yang tingkat pura Subak. Ke bawah lagi. Nah, ini prosesinya. Ke bawah lagi. Nah, ini yang di bagian Subak. Jadi ada sub-Subak gitu ya, terbagi-bagi lagi kecil dia. Nah, ini di bagian Subak. Jadi seperti itulah. Terus ke bawah, ini yang di sawah. Ya, di sawah itu bukan hanya ini. Karena diawali dari tanam tadi, dari tanam, ya sudah itu umur 8 hari, umur 12 hari, umur 42 hari, gitu. Jadi pada saat dia mulai akan membentuk buah. Yang ini dicantumkan di sini hanya pada saat akan panen. Ya.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So this picture only reflect. So I guess a few minutes ago we told you that there are approximately 20 times of ritual. This is almost end because the harvesting. Because before planting ceremony, after 8 days ceremony, 12 days ceremony, 42 days ceremony again.
Ya. Dan ketika mandek itu bukan ya mandek kan hamil gitu. Mandek gitu ya, gunting. Tapi itu gunting gitu ya. Upacara lagi. Dan sama kayak dianggap manusia. Dengan memberikan, karena kalau manusia hamil dia kan ngidam apa namanya, ngidam itu ya.
Iya ada.
Ya. Ya.
Guys, especially for the women, people in Bali, especially Subak community, they analogize the rice itself like the human being. So, for example, once they indicating that the rice is like a woman pregnant, like a pregnant. Do you know the term craving? Yeah, for the women, if you pregnant like my wife, yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Especially Indonesia, my wife, I want this, I want that, I want the let's say cookies, something like that. So, and then the farmers think, okay, there's the indication, okay, the paddy, the rice itself start pregnancy, they are craving, and the farmers will offer and provide some, apa yang disukai Pak?
Rujak.
Rujak.
Yeah.
Rujak is the fruit salad. The local farmers will provide the rice itself as the fruit salad. Rujak.
Jadi dianggap sama kayak manusia.
Analogized like a human
Analogized,
being.
knowledge. Ya. Nah, gambar berikutnya ini pada saat akan, nah inilah Dewi Sri. Karena di Bali berkeyakinan dewanya padi itulah Dewi Sri. Ya. Jadi Dewi Sri inilah yang akan ditempatkan di tempat penyimpanan. Kalau dulu punya lumbung, ya lumbung. Nah di sanalah di upacara nanti untuk penyimpanan padi yang dihasilkan. Tujuannya adalah supaya padi yang dikonsumsi itu memberikan kesehatan, ya, dan juga dia bisa irit, gitu ya. Irit artinya ya hemat, ya hemat. Nah, bisa memberikan apa kesehatan, gitu ya, tidak meracuni, gitu ya. Ke arah yang positif pokoknya. Makanya Dewi Sri inilah yang ditempatkan di lumbung, di rumah masing-masing petani. Nah, problemnya adalah sekarang lumbung itu sudah mulai berkurang. Karena panennya sekarang sudah basah, gitu ya. Nah, ini yang mulai berkurang problemnya. Masalahnya. Tetapi cara mengatasinya sekarang Dewi Sri itu ditaruh di bukan di lumbung, tapi di sanggar. Ya, aja. Kalau saya sendiri masih punya lumbung.
Again, this is the uniqueness in Bali. The local people of Bali, they worship the goddess Sri. So goddess Sri or Dewi Sri is the god or goddess for the rice. So as you can see in the picture, it is usual. The general practice is that the Dewi Sri will be worshipped in the barn or granary, the storage. However, because the number of the storage, the barn, the granary now is decreasing, some local people they will place tidak tempatkan. They will place the worship of Dewi Sri inside of their family temple called Sangha. But Professor Swamba, because still have the lumbung, so the Dewi Sri still worship there.
In lumbung.
In lumbung. Thank you.
Oke, jadi manajemen konflik. Nah, yang kelima manajemen konflik. Ya, jadi di manajemen konflik tidak terlalu banyak masalah karena dengan kearifan lokal tadi, local genius tadi, ya dalam pembagian air, dengan berbagai upacara keagamaan, secara umum tidak terjadi konflik. Dan cara mengatasinya tentunya pasti dengan musyawarah mufakat. Ya, selalu dengan musyawarah mufakat. Setiap kegiatan memulai apapun pasti dimusyawarahkan dulu, dirapatkan dulu untuk mencapai kata mufakat. Sehingga relatif tidak ada konflik di Subak. Gitu.
It can be argued that it is very, very less conflict in the context of the Subak management. As you can hear, Subak society very busy with the rituals. Yeah. So less conflict. And number two is that they always discuss before deciding one issue. There is the mutual cooperation, musyawarah. They will talk in the discussion like in that forum to decide what step to be or what's customary policy to be adopted jointly by the members of the Subak society.
Ya, makanya yang terjadi banyak konflik kan tadi sudah dijelaskan Pak Widya. Jadi kan ada masyarakat adat, ya, adat dan Subak. Itu masyarakat adat, gitu ya. Jadi di desa adat banyak terjadi konflik. Ada beberapa konflik. Ada beberapa konflik, terutama pemanfaatan lahan. Ya. Pemanfaatan tanah, gitu ya. Kalau di Subak sudah ada dibuatkan awig-awig, ya, yang dibuat oleh Subak itu sendiri. Awig-awig yang dibuat oleh Subak sendiri untuk tidak terjadi alih fungsi lahan. Tapi tetap tadi terjadi. Jadi diusahakan. Jadi makanya dengan tragedinya disebutkan tadi ada alih fungsi lahan, akhirnya Subak membuat awig-awig. Di samping adanya kebijakan dari pemerintah dengan LP2B, lahan pertanian berkelanjutan, dengan adanya LSD, lahan sawah berkelanjutan. Ya itulah cara-cara mengatasi alih fungsi lahan.
I guess Professor Swamba cite the presentation by Professor Windia previously that adat, the customary issue in Bali comprises of two. One is the customary village, and the second one is Subak. And comparing to Subak, more problems occur in the customary village. However, after this is not trend actually, the unfortunate trend of the land conversion, then the Subak society, they create the awik-awik, the customary rules to settle or to prevent the practice of the land conversion. In addition, the government also issued several policies to mitigate the risk of, let's say, the potential land conversion in the future.
Oke, terima kasih. Dan mohon maaf jika tidak berkenan.
Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much.
We have already heard about aspect from a legal aspect and socio-cultural aspect, and we have the last speaker from Professor Dharma Putra. We will be presenting his talk about tourism. So time is your professor.
Yeah, thank you and good day, everybody. Good day. Yeah, my name is Dharma. I'm from Faculty of Humanities, Udayana University. I spent some years in Australia, especially Sydney and Brisbane, but still struggling articulating my idea in English. We still be talking about Subak for 30 minutes or so. I hope you are not get bored on this topic. Unlike two of my colleagues, Professor India talking about the regulation aspect of Subak, and Professor Swambo on the technical and ritual aspect of Subak. I will be talking about, could you please share my PowerPoint, please. Talking Subak from the two point of view on culture and tourism. Bisa ya? Yeah, every time you heard about Subak as a word, it could mean three things. One is irrigation management applied by farmer. Second means also a farmer organization in certain area. The third meaning, although not the last meaning, is a farmer organization. No, I mean an area of a certain rice field. So if you heard about Subak Jatilue as a village, that means the irrigation system for a Jatilue village. Belum juga ya. So three meanings of Subak. The title of my presentation is Cultural and Tourism Perspectives on Bali's Agricultural Decline. as you heard before from Professor Minio, and also he saw newspaper article, the massive conversion of rice field in Bali. When you use the term conversion, other people in Bali perhaps use also more harsh word than conversion, which is appropriation. Because in some villages, landsowner sometimes force to sell their land by whatever means. So land conversion or land appropriation perhaps interchangeable depending on the context we're talking about. The background of my presentation, the topic, Bali has always been promoted as a cultural tourism destination. If you read books by Adrian Pickers, Bali Created Paradise, for example, how Bali created as a cultural destination, clearly. Yeah, this is there's a nice part of the pictures does not appear on the screen. That's fine. Next, please, the second slide. As a cultural tourism destination, we can see how tour packages were arranged, which usually include to watch a barong dance or kecak dance, visit museum, temple festival, or witness a cremation ceremony. There's a lot of ritual going on in Bali, and then it's easy to find this kind of thing, which strengthen the image of cultural tourism. Although natural attractions such as rice terrace and also, of course, beach, of a natural attraction as the rice terrace landscape and is also widely known as cultural tourism. A significant shift, this is important one, the importance of natural attractions such as the rice field, landscape and activities within them occurred in the 2012 when UNESCO designated the cultural landscape of Bali province as a World Heritage Site. The cultural elements, subak system, agriculture, and nature were recognized in spareable. Let me start to talk about the paradox policy on the declining of agriculture in Bali, which also has a give impacts to the issue of the subak existence. In the early 1970s, the Bali government implemented two paradoxical policies impacting agriculture and also subak. The first one was to allow tourism facilities like hotels to be built as long as their age didn't exceed 15 meters to preserve Bali's green landscape and prevent it from, this is what the imagination of many people here, including government, of course, preventing Bali from becoming Hawaii or New York with towering skyscraper. So if you went around Bali, if you go around Bali, you will only see one 10-story building, 10-story hotel in Sanur, Bali Beach Hotel, which was built back in 1963 until 66 by Sukarno government. So the hotel exists before the regulation was enacted in 1970. The second one, tourism development was directed toward unproductive land. For example, Nusa Dua area, which is now very green, used to be a barren land, dry and considered unproductive. Also Bukit Jimbaran, where our main campus now located, there were unpopular place for people to live. In the 1980s, when they planned to expand our university, there were a number of ideas proposed by professor or by government official to build university not far from here, but the idea was rejected because there was planned to be built in the rice field area. The place called Penate, which is not far from here. There was also an idea to build it in the middle of South Bali and North Bali, in a cool area, so students can study nicely. But again, because of those fertile places, all options were rejected. Instead, the campus was built in Bukit, where it is now. But the paradox between the two policy, that the eighth restriction forced investor to have more land on the side. So if you have money to build a hotel, you're not allowed to build up, then you have to build to the right side or to the left side. So more land were needed in order to build. And with the second one, while the limited size unproductive land eventually led to the encroachment on productive rice field. Now everywhere in Bali, building development, mainly because of tourism development, but also for other small industry. Everywhere now, very hard to find empty land, and also the number of rice field have drastically declining. And in that point, it is very interesting, challenging, and sometimes also meaningless in a converted comma to talk about Subak. So if agriculture will decline, and where the usefulness of Subak can be found, or something like that. Now, I also got some newspaper archive from my research where the statement for the first time, probably many of us here and also my colleagues never read this one, that in order to welcome foreign investment, already in the 1970s, our governor stated that the hotel couldn't surpass a coconut tree. So the 15-meter used the coconut tree size. During that time, Bali governor was held by a Japanese person called Sukarman. Sukarman difficult. Man means man. Sukarman. Sukarno, not difficult. There's nothing to do with it. Sukarman, but many people give credit to his successor, Professor Dr. Ido Bagus Mantra, who played a very important role in fostering Balinese culture. He's the one who introduced the importance of Bali Art Festival, which is we're still doing it annually until today. It is the legacy of Ida Bagus Mantra, but many good things from the past also are credited to him, although the fact, the reality is not always true. So his predecessor is doing it. Because I'm from the literature department, allow me to quote a poem from the 1971 on Denpasar Sanemangkin. This poem written in the Balinese language, not Indonesian. We have a heterogeneity of literature in Bali, written in old Japanese language, in the Balinese language, and also in Indonesian language. So although Bali is a small and look from the outside as a homogeneous entity, in fact, there's so many difference, diversity in the small island of Bali. In this poem, a poet called Made Sangro, who interestingly written those three types of literature. He wrote in Old Japanese, he wrote in the Balinese, and also he wrote in Indonesian language. In 1971, he wrote a poem called Denpasar This Time. Sane Mangkin mean today, so back in the 1970s. And interesting quote here is many rice fields become or turn into a house, and house become a rice field. Let me take your attention to this part of the verse. For my interpretation, this is very visionary poem because it kind of sense of acceptance on the change, on the development in Bali. And he saw here and stated here that many rice fields become a house and house become a rice field. The metaphor here is that rice field is a kind of source of income. And people build a house, then house that rent to many people who need it, then become source of income. So it's not a rice, but it's money. Just like in Australia and Western Australia, a lot of people have a lot of income by renting out their house or flat and whatsoever. So this poem also has a direct relationship or direct response to the building of the height building in Sanur built by Sukarno regime, where he say many building reach the sky, although only one, but exaggeration is acceptable in the poetic term. And he also say something about hippies there, the attitude of a tourist by simply saying woman behave like man and man behave like woman. Perhaps we can guess that during those time, a standard clothes for men is to wear pants or short, but at that time, when the hippies, the so-called hippies, bombard Bali, come to Bali, bombard Bali. Men also wearing a sarung, look like a woman. Men normally has a short hair, but those he saw on the street having long hair. So as simple as that to express the. Next, please. I saw my PowerPoint. Previously, where's the Denpasar code? Next. That's PDF. Yeah, okay, stop there. This is another old Japanese poetry, which also says something or give a comment on lands and in relation to people life in Bali. Here, the poem Ida Padanda Madesidaman, who lived very long with long age, in the Salampalaku is a kind of my autobiography. He said that the desire of your older sibling now is to prepare to act like a poor person with no rice field or land. Let us transform our body into a field, planting seeds of local wisdom, term lot of used by Professor Swamba, that are useful for our living in the village. So useful knowledge should be planted. We have to nurture our body with local wisdom, which is useful. So again, this is also a kind of acceptance that land, it's something that people had already lost of and will be also lost without any capability to prevent it. But the solution they try to project here is we have to accept that if we don't have a land, then we have to use our body as a land to make ourselves useful to social life. Next, please. Next, please. Now, I'm going to talk about the resources governance. And Professor Windu and Professor Suambo already talked a lot about the regulation that try to protect Suba. I just read this regulation quickly last night and found only 2 words on sawah or rice field. It seems that the government or lawmaker has a very vague idea on how to protect rice field or sawah in the high flow of investment. Everyone come to Bali and buy land, rent land. And this regulation stated no explicit way to protect land. What they say here is to protect Suba, which could be government protect Suba as an organization, but they may has no land. So the kind of things that I need to learn more about from this, what are really the goal. Perhaps more for political lip service to say, oh, we concerned about our culture, protect Suba, but there is no really effort, real explicit one to protect sawah. And people often talk on the public discourse that let's we Balinese preventing ourselves from selling our land. So a lot of invitation to do so, but it's still difficult for people to do so. And still, if you need money for life or for study, you don't have to sell your land, you rent it. Even when people rent their land, the primary role of the land as a rice field will be gone. If we go to Ubud now, hard to see rice field if you pass a street or a restaurant. And I remember 20 years ago, we sit in a restaurant with the rice paddy pew, and now the pew changed into another restaurant. So sitting in the restaurant with a restaurant pew. So the Suba and Sawa are gone, although the land is still there, of course. There is a statement there that the Suba, the objective of the regulation is maintain and preserving Suba, not Sawah. Not Sawah. Improving welfare of a farmer. A farmer without land, it could be a bit cynical to do so. But that is it. Farmer without land. Remember. Yeah, next please. Now, let's go to the Jati Luwe. And if you see the cover slide of my pictures, is taken. I taken it 1 year ago. And Jati Luwe is UNESCO heritage site, designed in 2012. And since the designation, the number of visitors go there increased 3 or 4 times. Before COVID is 400,000. After COVID slowly grew up, and I read the newspaper last year, 2023, 2 years ago, 340,000 people go there, and the entrance fee is 50,000, or local pay less. But from the visitor, the Suba Jati Luwe, the Jati Luwe UNESCO heritage could earn 17 billion. And this money divided into for management, promotion, and development. And after the net income, then divided by 2, 1 for the village, the other big portion for the district government, which is Tabanan. Tabanan government secure 45% because they need income to support other villages, but the Jatiluwe itself secure 35, and those again divided by to the Subak. This is look like a good resources governance on Subak because of the beauty, has a international appeal. We saw that Barack Obama, as soon as he stepped down from a Finnish system as presidency, also went there in an incognito visit. More and more publication got by Jatiluwe. And still, although income has been distributed, the sense of jealousy still around. Next, please. Next, please. Hello. Yeah. Expression of unhappiness for farmers are still around, and they seems not happy enough to have their own rice field included as a tourist attraction, because according to newspaper report, tourists often behave badly to the farmer, and the farmer put the iron band, block their land, and also when sometimes there found a small kind of expression and unhappiness. And I can only interpret that this is perhaps most likely a jealousy. They perhaps got some portion from the income, but not perhaps more than they would expect. And the same thing also occurred in another rice terrace, which is very popular, located next to Ubud. Next, please. Stop. Yeah, this is stop. The farmer objection from the Jatiluwe. They say sometimes the tourists are stubborn. Even after being told not to enter, they still go into the rice field. We even have to throw a mud at them to make them leave. Said one farmer. Of course, more farmer has more kind of positive attitude toward visitor in general. Now, let's go back. Let's go to another interesting rice terrace, which where next, please, located. Yep, stop. Yeah, this is in Ceking. Ceking has been mentioned before by Professor Window, located only 3 kilometers from Ubud, north of Ubud. And you can see is that there is an expression of unhappiness, not for sales. And not for sales but means two things. One, the rice field, not for sale. We want to keep this inheritance across a generation, a kind of expression of the farmer. The other one, the view is not for sale. So a kind of asking tourists or the management body who taken entrance fee for tourists to not to sell the view. So two things mean there. And aside information about this, the expression of not for sales initiated by an artist from Ubud, who try to send a moral message to government and also to other community to not to sell their lands, because the artist itself had a very bad experience, which is he cannot turn it upside down. When he was young, he was sent to Jogja to his parents in order to study, because they were poor farmer, didn't have enough money, and the parents sell a slice of their land in order him to send. He studies art and visual art in Jogja, and upon a return, he was sad and tried to tell the people not to repeat their situation. And he approached a farmer in Ceking to express their protest, and they work together and they can do this. They also do similar kind of social propaganda to ask people not to sell their land. The sense of unhappiness by the owner of the rice field there can also be seen in the next pictures. The jealousy occurred because village Tegalalang on the west bank of the side managed and took ticket for visitors, while the rice field owner, 7 or 8 of them, received nothing, and they complained that this problem occurred several times. I have a student who doing master degree in tourism, wrote a thesis about that back in 2013, and the problem has occurred again and again because the farmer won some money, and if their intention were reject and they put a sink in the rice field, so tourists who's sitting in order to look at the nice view will get a reflection and cannot see the beauty of the rice field. So expression of protest always done every time they see unfairness was going on. They were first given 300,000 per farmer, but they saw the number of people, the number of visitors increase, they want increase. And then the protest again, and they will get given more. And during the COVID, and during the quick recovery post-COVID pandemic, more and more, they always protest to get more. And so the seems to me there is no kind of dynamic collaboration between the management who sell the view and the farmer who own the view. That is why the farmer always want more and want more. One more for that. Next one. Yeah, stop. Yeah, the tension between they always become a controversial news that need the police and also local government came down to mediate, which is, for my point of view, since this is a kind of predictable issue, things should be better prevented rather than solved after it's occurred. So the root of this conflict is acknowledged to be related to an agreement on the distribution of fees, where each rice field owner receives between 4 to 4.5 million per month, depending on the size. They might happy to get that 4 million now, but when they saw the number increase, they always want to get more. If not, the diplomation or what of discussion, they don't want to do it, but do it in a real protest. Next, please. This is toward the end of my presentation, and the conclusion still has word penutup. I forgot to put it on chat GPT to turn it into English. Policy to preserve rice field in Subak. You can do that for me. Hard for me to do it. Yeah, Subak have existed for a long time, but general development and tourism development in particular have led to massive land conversion in Bali. Expression from public discourse and also literary work, art happening has indicated how these challenging issues in maintain agriculture not to decline. The beauty of rice field as a tourist attraction and the destination of the cultural landscape of Bali as a World Heritage Site mark significant milestone in preserving rice field and sustaining the Subak system. In some area, this has been maintained, but in other, it is very difficult to prevent land conversion. let me add a little bit that not all Subak has a similar benefit as toward in checking and in Jatilui. Many of them probably struggle to live as an organization. A lot of ritual need to be done, but cost of ritual is also high. So I think Professor Swamo can better answer how Subak as an organization maintain its existence while the cost to maintain its to do their duty very high and sustained. Utilizing rice field and Subak as a tourist attraction with substantial income often leads to conflict, highlighting that resource management or governance must remain dynamic and ongoing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Dharmaputra, for your remarkable presentation. And now we are moving to the next session of discussion. Anyone has question to 1, 2, 3, or third of them? We open for question and answer session. Anyone? Okay, thank you. Yeah.
My question is just in regards to the sharing of the water. Has there ever been an incident where there's not enough water to share? Like for time of drought? Because that's something that probably would be a problem in Australia, not about, I suppose, we struggle with sharing our water because we don't have enough, but has that ever been a reason for conflict here, that there hasn't been enough water to share? Oh, whoever can answer it for me. I'm not anyone that has it. Does anyone have an example of when that may have occurred? Water shortage is not an issue? No. Yeah. Yeah. Always enough water. Okay. So the management is more around the sharing the water than actually allocating enough water because there's not enough. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Because they are poor reservoir, poor valley. Yeah. They are poor reservoir.
Okay, thank you.
Four legs, yeah. Kalau banjir, iya.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just supplementing with Sid's question that, of course, water availability might not be a problem, but as you know, there are upstream and downstream, and maybe the upstream lands can get more water, but maybe not the downstream. So is there any conflict between Subaks, for example, with the upstream Subaks and downstream Subaks?
They are not, yeah. Yeah, they are in conflict with Subak because good management, yeah, between Subak and internal Subak, yeah, management for water irrigation, yeah.
Let me give a small illustration. When I was a little boy, I also helped my grandfather to watering our rice field, not far from Denpasar. What happened was people who come to the rice field has the right to have water. So if I spend half day in the morning, I can have water. As soon as I going back home, for example, for land, they will block the tunnel into my rice field. So if I come back again, I just open it. So that's a good practice. If you are not there, sorry, we don't give you water. If you come back, let's share the water. The more people come, the more we divided the water available. So the kind of good practice and long time share understanding to prevent real conflict between Subak. Thank you.
It's good to know that there is no fight between A and B. However, if something happened, drainage is broken or anything happened, damage happened in A, Subak A, who is going to pay? Only A or both A and B? How do you do cost sharing?
Yeah, let me try to answer this. If something happens, the problem always be shared. The burden is shared together proportionally, of course. And the government in that case can also step in to help the farmer. And apart from the government line, there are also a traditional line. Most of the Subak believe that the Batur temple, where the Batur lake also belong to it, also can be used as a channel to discuss any problem occur intra and between different Subak in whatever problem that they to face. So proportional work together is perhaps two things that can maintain the harmony between upper position Subak and also the lower. Thank you. The farmer try to maintain the cleanliness of the water. In every main division, they put a shape to stop sewage or high sedimentation of the water. But if that occurs, it is task of the Subak member together to solve. Gotong royong work together. Happen for the Subak to maintain their need, their shared need.
So my another question is like, of course, Subak organized different activities in an integrated manner, and one of them is like equitable distribution of water, but also conflict resolution. So what are the key activities that Subak organized apart from these two activities?
Yeah, there are many things that become a duty of Subak organization. Apart from what you just saying, the conflict management, water management, they also look after on the planting pattern, ritual to ensure that the goals of the each suba are not distracted by others, especially in the planting and the ritual. Some things that often attract attention for outside scholar on the suba activity is their member come from different ethnic and religious background. Despite the difference, those who from say Muslim or Christian, they share, they join the ritual that held by the suba where they belong as a member.
So is there any other? So maybe I would like to ask another question. In your presentation, you did not mention the role of priest. And I read many articles, and I know that priest has strong role in managing this subak. So can you explain a bit more? What is the role of priest? And apart from priest, who are the key actors in organizing this subak?
Yeah, according to Prof. Swamo, the role of the priest is in officiating ritual, because Suba has so many rituals or different ritual. The priest also is, play a part in the officiating ritual. The second question is the key institution apart from a priest, including government, and government also from different section, from the general works, help to maintain the tunnel, from agriculture, help with the fertilizer and something like that, and also many other subsection in the government who has essential role to look after agriculture and water irrigation system. And also not to forget about the cultural section in the government.
So in Australia, we are also facing like integrating customary rules in governance practices, and there actually have some conflicts with the customary rules and norms and governance rules and norms. And is there any such kind of conflict between the customary rules and governance rules?
This is Prof. Windio better answer it. Ada konflik antara desa dinas dan desa adat.
Di Bali ada 2 desa. Satu desa adat, yang satunya lagi desa dinas. Desa dinas itu desa negara. Melakukan aktivitas berdasarkan hukum negara. Itu saja dulu. Nanti baru dijelaskan desa adat dan subak.
So because your question is about the customary rules and the governance shared rule, so he start explaining that in Bali there exists 2 types of village. First is called Desa Adat, that is the customary village. And the second one is Desa Dinas. So a desa or a village that refers to the state law.
Yeah, but how do you integrate this?
Masing-masing di antara kedua desa ini ada tugas dan kewenangannya. Tugas dan kewenangan desa dinas diatur berdasarkan undang-undang negara. Tugas dan kewenangan desa adat pada umumnya atau sebagian besar diatur berdasarkan hukum adat, sebagian kecil diatur berdasarkan hukum negara juga. Lalu bagaimana bila terjadi sesuatu, nanti dijelaskan, ini diterjemahkan dulu.
So every single village, so each village has a specific task and authority. So the task and authority of the Desa Dinas, so the state-based village, is in accordance with the state law. However, for the customary village in Bali, the sources of law, most of the law comes from the customary rules. And there are some parts of the law also refers to the state law.
Kalau terjadi tabrakan atau konflik antara hukum negara dan hukum adat dalam hal tertentu, biasanya diselesaikan dengan cara koordinasi. Karena desa adat itu bukan subordinasi desa dinas, bukan. Karena itu penyelesaiannya koordinasi.
If there is let's say, disharmonious relations between the two types of the village, for example, if there is the conflicting of law, between one hand the customary rules and on the other hand the state law, it must be settled through coordination. We have to take into account that one must be bear in our mind is that the customary village is not inferior to the the Desa Dinas is not superior to the customary village. They are equal. So the only ways to settle the issues is through coordination.
Nah, sekarang saya lanjutkan hubungan antara desa adat di satu pihak dengan subak di pihak yang lain. Dua-duanya itu diatur berdasarkan hukum adat. Hukum adat Bali. In reality namanya aweg-aweg atau perarem. Nama aturannya. Apabila aweg-aweg desa adat bertentangan atau tabrakan, konflik dengan aweg-aweg desa adat, penyelesaiannya sama. Koordinasi antara satu dengan yang lainnya, karena dua-duanya equal. Dua-duanya diatur dengan undang-undang yang sama, undang-undang Provinsi Bali, walaupun perdanya berbeda.
Well, maybe at the very first glance, we think that Subak and customary village has a two legal regime, but actually they have the same source called the national law on the province of Bali. However, yes, correct, the regional regulations on Subak, yes, and on the other hand is the regional regulations on customary village. However, with regards to the issue of the relations between customary village and Subak, actually the similarity between the two, between customary village and Subak, is that they are similarly regulated under the Balinese customary law. And the instruments, let's say the written law, currently the written law that incorporating or adopting such customary rules is called awig-awig or praram. Interestingly, customary village has their own awig-awig. So awig-awig or the customary rules on customary village, Subak itself also developed awig-awig on Subak. So customary rules on Subak. The interesting issue is that how if there is a conflicting between the customary rules of customary village and the customary rules on Subak. In terms of position, they are equal. Similar, like a previous, the settlement or resolutions must be through coordination. Thank you.
Yeah, so maybe last question from us. It's like, of course, we are having more challenges in the future, and how, I mean, using these customary rules and government rules, how the Subak system is going to manage these challenges, integrating these two rules. So, I mean, we are having like global challenges. For example, tourism is one of the challenges, and we might have the other challenges, and how we are going to address these challenges using these two systems, integrating these two governance. Yeah. Yeah.
Nah, cara mengintegrasikan antara hukum nasional di satu pihak dan hukum adat di pihak yang lain, pertama-tama harus diadakan spesifikasi atau kategorisasi hal-hal yang diatur dalam hukum nasional. Terhadap hal-hal yang netral, seperti investasi dan lain sebagainya, hal-hal netral itu artinya tidak ada hubungan dengan kepercayaan atau agama, itu hukum negara kedudukannya lebih tinggi dibandingkan dengan hukum adat. Terhadap hal-hal yang ada hubungannya dengan persoalan keyakinan atau agama, khususnya agama Hindu, masing-masing hukum berdiri sendiri. Apabila terjadi ketidaksesuaian dalam hubungannya dengan keyakinan, biasanya yang diberlakukan adalah hukum adat. Apabila ada ketidaksesuaian antara dua aturan hukum ini dalam bidang yang netral, yang berlaku hukum negara.
Well, this is very interesting. There are two legal regimes. First is the state law, and the second one is the customary law. You mentioned previously about the, let's say, the future challenge faced, let's say, in the context of global. Professor Windia divided the issues between the natural issues. The natural issues is that the issue that is not related to the religions and belief. So that's natural. For example, investment. And The second is that the issues related with religion and belief. If there is the conflicting between the state law and customary law in the context of the neutral issue like investment, then it is definitely the state law become the supreme. The state law prevailing law. However, if in the issue that is not neutral, so there is the issue that related with the religious belief, in particular with regards to the Hindu belief, majority, most of the cases, this is not 100%, most of the cases, yeah, will be the part of the customary law, not the state law. But this is most, not 100%.
So, because this is the end of our session, and I would like to thank to our speaker for sharing their valuable expertise to us in this workshop, and then also for the thoughtful question and your engagement to this session. So, I would hand over this session to the MC. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. An, for leading this session. So actually, we have just finished the session 2, the second session. And now for continuing the event, so it will be continued by the giving present or souvenirs from us, from the Udayana, to our esteemed speakers, as well as the certificate as well. Yeah. Yeah, so would you please come to the stage, this one, and okay. Yeah. So to begin with, I would like to invite Dr. Animes Gain to deliver the souvenir. Yeah. Okay. Okay, for the photographer, you may take picture. Okay, thank you. For the second, Dr. Udin, yeah, you may give the present. And next, yeah, yeah, this, yeah. All good? Sudah semua. Okay, so maybe you may come to take pictures together with our speakers. Yeah. Could you please stand here on the stage, and maybe all together with the Bapak Kardena as well as Dr. An. So the counting will be on my lead. 1, 2, and 3. Cheers. Once again, 1, 2, and 3. Cheers. Yeah. So thank you so much for our honorable speakers for sharing such kind of the insightful information and knowledge for us. As we wrap up today's sessions, it is my great pleasure also to invite Dr. Jasim Udin from Untuk University to deliver the closing remarks. Maybe could you please?
Thank you very much. I mean, like, Onimesh can conclude better than me because this is kind of environmental and Subak. But I visited Bali before. I never think about these things. It's interesting things to know about that, how people are empowered to solve their problem, like this Subak and this traditional customary rules and others. It's really, really interesting. There are a lot of things to learn in the world. Thank you very much. And I hope you guys have enjoyed it. Thank you.
Yeah. So I would like to thank you for your time. Thank you so much. And we really learned a lot about, Subak system, but also Balinese culture and how you manage the resources. So it's wonderful for us. And of course, our students will, gather some knowledge and how this knowledge they can transfer to Australia. So yeah, thank you so much. Yeah.
So thank you so much for giving us the closing remarks. So we conclude today's workshop. So thank you for our speakers, as well as the moderators, and of course, all of the participants for making this event such a success. We hope the discussion today have sparked new ideas and collaboration that will help pave the way for more sustainable agriculture practices and resource governance in Bali and beyond. Please feel free to connect with one another, and we look forward to continuing this important work together. And safe travel, of course, and thank you once again for being part of this workshop. Good afternoon, and you have a great remaining day. Thank you so much.